Hey, good morning. This is day 4 of our 60-day behind the scenes adventure with Arjon Robbins and his entire team and everything that he has going on, preparing for the LQM, which is coming up later this month, the live quarterly meeting, getting his audiobook recorded, the PPM, everything, like the podcast, everything. So this is going to be day 4 of our behind the scenes look at how do you run a high growth, multi-million dollar business successfully. And it's really, really exciting to have been watching this so far. So the other screen over there is what the person behind that other screen is Dylan, and he is getting it set up the whole rest of the day. So they're getting the tech set up, the camera set up, and everything ready to go. We were just kind of discussing what the LQM is, what the PPM is, kind of giving a little bit of a rundown for anybody who's unfamiliar. So that the LQM is that live quarterly meeting that happens, and it takes place with 500 really, really successful members, and they're this very tight knit group. The number 500 might seem like a lot because there's a lot of good quality members in there, but they're very intimately associated. In fact, they have a term that they call themselves. They call themselves bubble mates. I think that's absolutely adorable.
It's
And
at the
so,
same place, Jimmy.
what's that?
It's the same place. I love it.
So when they get together, every quarter and they talk about 7 parts of a law firm. With each quarter, they're focusing on one of those parts. So that's actually coming up here in just a couple of weeks. I'm really excited. It's taking place in New Orleans, and I'll just share really quickly that I'm unbelievably stoked to be going because I actually went to college in New Orleans and I haven't been back since. I haven't been back since 2001, and a lot has changed, including now that I have a son who's heard a lot of stories, not all of them, not all of them, a lot of stories from New Orleans. And I can't wait to show him around and everything, while also getting to meet the entire team, getting to meet these LQM members. And on top of it, if you were watching yesterday, you saw a clip of us showing the kids at the kids membership club.
How awesome is that?
They're just the cutest things, and they're learning so much. Some of the stuff I'm like, I don't think I learned that in business school. I have 2 bachelor's degrees.
Dude, nothing will stop you in your tracks, Jimmy, until a 10-year-old tells you, I'm going to protect my intellectual property.
Right. And I need to manage my cost of goods sold. Like, excuse
Yeah,
me, who are you?
right? Absolutely.
But my son, I shared yesterday, he just got a 3D printer for Christmas. Oh my Lord. So he's
Oh,
like
cool.
creating little things. So he's going to be wanting to start a little business with that. And so I'm excited for him to be meeting all these people and all these kids. And this whole adventure is just really, we're doing some really cool stuff here in 2022.
That's awesome. How old's your son?
So he's 9.5. He'll be 10 in March. And so he's 10 going on like 35.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And you're bringing him to the LQM, so that's
I
awesome.
am. I am. I
That's
am. I'm
gonna
going
be
to
a
have
cool
him
experience.
riding a streetcar, eating beignets, and meeting awesome people.
Oh, fantastic. I've never been to New Orleans either, so I'm glad to know
Oh
I'm
my
going with somebody that can tell me,
gosh.
here's what you need to do while you're here.
Heck yes. Heck yes. I will point you in all the right directions, and we'll definitely we'll go hang out and do some fun things. Um,
Awesome.
it's going to be a good time. A good time. So what's coming up for the rest of the day? What are people looking forward to for today?
Yeah, so before we went live, we were just briefly talking about the difference between the Practical Profitable Mindset program, which is what
Mhm.
we're going to start the day off with. Um, Really cool, really unique program, basically, where Arjon Robbins, who is definitely a thought leader in the space of entrepreneurialism and running your
For
business,
sure.
if you're in this group, you get to basically be in a room with him every day for sometimes an hour if it's a lesson, sometimes if it's 30 minutes if we're doing a check-in.
Mhm.
But gosh, I don't know where to start to talk about how incredible this program is.
It really is. It's
My
a
wife and I
complete
are both
mindset shift.
participating in
Yeah.
it. Yeah, my wife and I are both participating in it, and it's like it it just challenges you to think about how you're thinking about what you're thinking about. And I know
Yeah,
that sounds like a little
but
little
it's true.
But really, yeah, exactly. If you stop and think about it, it makes sense. Yeah. You know, like before this program and before I started working for R. John Robbins, there's so many things that I would do in my daily life, in my yearly life, whether it's personally or in my career, that I just continue to do because it's how I've always done it.
Right, force a
It's
habit.
comfortable, it's
Right.
normal, it's not broken. But is it the best way to be doing things? Is it the
Mhm.
most practical? Is it the most profitable? And once you start applying that kind of thinking to everything you do,
Right.
things change quickly and for the
Oh,
better.
big
And you can
time.
just go, oh my gosh, why haven't I been doing this?
Big time. In fact, I'll share something else that I shared briefly yesterday as well. That one of the lessons, mindset shifts that I experienced over these last few months, and I can't wait to see now that I'm working with Arjon, like what other crazy mind shift experiences I'll have. But one of them that I experienced was I was so used to this belief that as an entrepreneur, as a single mom, I had to like not just burn the candle at both ends. I had to like sumo chop the candle up into many pieces and then start burning the candle at all 15,000 ends. And that's the only
Yeah, I
way
went
I
two
see
ends. I need more hours than
I
that.
need more ends.
I need more ends.
And never making those ends totally meet.
That's
And I
so
was
funny.
exhausted at the effort. And
Uh-huh.
people kept saying, you know, you got to take care of yourself. You got to slow down. The more you slow down, the better your business will be. And I'm like, yeah, right. That doesn't make any sense. But then I got such bad migraines. I was forced to slow down. And then I found out, guess what? It made a lot of sense. The creativity flowed, all these things. So yeah, those mindset shifts, sometimes it's feels very counterintuitive and you just like, you might hesitate. But when someone has been there and has done that, and they keep telling you and beating over the head with this idea that like this is the way to do it, this is what works, this is what you really need to understand, and the other belief is going to be very very limiting, this belief is very very expansive, that you need to listen to that because why, they've been there and they've done that. Now a lot of people, I mean, this is something that's come up in discussion in the last couple of days, claim to have been there and done that, and they haven't been there and done that. So I do want to take a moment to say that our John Robbins has been there and has done that. And he's learned his lessons, as many of us do. He's learned his lessons the hard way. I learned my lesson the hard way by ended up developing debilitating and chronic migraines. And then he ended up learning his lesson the hard way through his own personal story that's not mine to share, but I'm sure he will share it at some point. So, what we want you to do is to not learn that lesson the hard way. We want you to absorb what you're observing here during the 60-day experiment and wonderful behind the scenes thing we're doing here. Take what you're observing and truly take it in, truly absorb it, truly allow it to resonate with you, and then see if it can kind of break open how your habits of thinking and create that mindset shift for you. So with that being said, I am going to say, Dylan, are you almost ready to rejoin us here? Oh, I don't know if we can hear me. He is running around. It is how the sausage is being made, my friend. Are you? Oh, okay. He's just run off again. So we're gonna check.
I'm here. I was muted everywhere. We're
Ah,
about ready to
gotcha.
go.
All right, my friend. I'm gonna check out, but I'll be back here in about an hour. Oop, I will be back here in about an hour. That's okay. We're getting a loop. There you go. I'll be back here in about an hour to rejoin everybody. So, with that being said, I will leave you in Dylan's more than capable hands to hang out with him and Arjon and the entire team. So, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. All right. Hey, Jessica, how are you?
Sure.
I've never seen it before. It's great.
I get so many compliments about this shirt. I literally, like, everyone compliments this shirt. Thank you.
Something about it.
Anyway, it's not even my favorite, but people love it. So I have seen some pretty cool stuff going on the Practical Profitable Mindset Facebook group. It seems like the this exercise this week is beginning to really kind of sink in for people. It's getting to that. When I first shared the lesson, it was bouncing off a bunch of people. And the way this program is designed to work, of course, is we teach the lesson on, and then check in, check in, check in, check. We keep checking in, checking in, checking in. It's like varnishing the wood on a boat or a table. First, you got to sand it and prepare the surface. Then you put the first layer down. Then you put the second layer down. Then you put the third layer down. Then you put the fourth layer down. And if you try to do it all at once, it's just a big mess. So I want to congratulate everyone for, sticking with it and participating. This will transform your life for the rest of your life. This 1 year, 2022, can be a year that literally changes the rest of your entire life. People always are surprised that I have these memories of these very. There's so much that I don't remember. I have really great memory for certain things, and for everything else, I don't even try to remember it. So people are always surprised when I don't remember anything about this, but I know everything about that. And I guess things that are more important to me, I remember more vividly. Maybe things that are more emotionally impactful. So the month of May 2011 was an absolute transformation in my entire life. My entire life is like before and after the month of May 2011. That month literally set my life on a completely different trajectory of growth and opportunity and achievement. That's what this year is meant to be for you. But to enjoy those benefits, you've got to show up, you've got to play all in. And Jessica, I believe almost everyone has shown up for almost every call we've had this week. Is that correct?
Yes. We're having, for whatever reason, we're a little low today, but we still have about 75% participation right now, Arjan.
Yeah. So what I want to encourage everyone to do who's here, if you know someone who is participating in this program, send them an email, send them a text, and say, hey, here's what I got from today's check-in. What did you get from today's check-in? And I'm not saying that you need to take it. I'm not saying you need to figure out who's not here and call them out. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you know people who are participating in this program, just send each other texts or emails today and say, here's what I got from today's check-in. What did you get from today's check-in? Don't just put it on the Facebook group. Why do I want you to do this? I want you to do this because you will obviously stumble into people who didn't show up for today's check-in, and those people may not take it upon themselves to check in on the Facebook also. I'm teaching you, by the way, a very practical business management technique that I have used to generate. I wouldn't be able to run the business that I have today were it not for this very practical business management technique. So let me spell it out for you. First, I'm going to give you an example, then I'll spell it out for you, then we'll take some questions. I know this is a budget workshop. I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I want everyone to. I know that simultaneous with this, we, How to Manage, are also running a cash flow and budget workshop. I'm fully
aware of that. I'm also fully aware that some people have court appearances and some people have got staff meetings and people have life and you're not going to be able to make it to every single call. I get it. The purpose of this email, this text that I'm asking everyone to make, it's not to call anyone out. It's not to embarrass anyone. It's not to chastise anyone. It's to create intentional friction. I go around creating intentional friction in my business. And I would not be able to run last year, the numbers aren't in yet, but I think we probably are going to come in around $22 million last year. I wouldn't have been able to run that business, and certainly not 17 million the year before, and certainly not 14 and a half the year before, certainly not 11. I wouldn't be able to run this business, certainly not only working about 90 days a year in the business, were it not for this intentional management technique that I very intentionally and deliberately use, which would be impossible to use were it not for the fact that I worked really, really hard on the same kind of practical mindset lessons and exercises that we're going to be working on this year. The mindset came first, that empowered me and allowed me to use the intentional friction management technique, which is what drives the profitability of this business. What do I mean by intentional management technique, intentional friction? I'll give you an example. We are doing a 60-day experiment. We're calling it the 60-day entrepreneurial sausage factory experiment. So for 60 days, we basically are going live on social media. You all see that? Can they see that, Jessica?
Yep.
There's TikTok, there's Instagram, there's Facebook, for 60 days. For 60 days, I've challenged myself to go live on social media for pretty much the whole day, every day, for 60 days. And we've hired, and to do this, and when I committed to do this, we did not have an editor. We did not have a technical director. We did not have a media buyer. We did not have a podcast host. I mean, there's 4 critical positions that we did not have on staff when I committed to do this. I intentionally created friction because it forced us to get really serious about finding and hiring these 4 people who we now have. And then I said, okay, there will be points of the day where it's really going to be boring for the audience to see me go live because no one wants to just watch me sit there with a blank piece of paper and a pen and a cup of coffee while I think about things, right? I mean, it's kind of boring television, right? It's boring broadcast to do that. And so, sometimes I just need to take a break. And there's portions of the day, like yesterday I met with our patent lawyer, and there's obviously things that I can't share because the patent hasn't been filed yet. So what do? So we figured out that during those portions, what we're going to do is we're going to share archival footage from past workshops, live quarterly meetings, and things like that, which created a giant problem for my team. And I created the giant problem for my team intentionally. I knew I was going to create this problem, and I did it on purpose. The problem was they did not have their naming conventions set up in a way that allowed them to quickly respond to questions from the audience. So as the audience is hitting us with questions, they needed to have a quicker way to sort and find content so they could say, hey, we've gotten this question, 4 times in the last hour. Arjan's going to be going into a boring meeting, so here's a workshop, here's a lesson. And I was having a conversation with Jimbo, who, by the way, I have to give Jimbo props here. Jimbo has followed the advice. Jimbo has built that video thing, following the advice of taking policies and systems and procedures and infrastructure very, very seriously, to the point where he can now take 60 days off from that video thing. And while he's away from his business, the marketing is continuing to bring in new prospects. His sales team is continuing to convert prospects into paying customers. The processes, the systems, and the procedures that he invested the time to document are empowering his team to continue delivering the services that all of you expect from that video thing. The financial controls are the business in 18 months. Jimbo went from having no business to a business that's grossing more than $100,000 a month and can now work without him for 60 days. I mean, right? And so he's joining me, he's participating, he's playing along with me for the 60-day challenge that we're doing. And he was kind of complaining to me last week. He's like, dude, every time we achieve something, you raise the standard, and then we achieve that, and then you raise the standard, and you're driving us all fucking crazy. Like, when is it going to stop? And I told him, it's not going to stop. I am intentionally going to keep doing that during this 60 days. My intention is to break everything in the next 60 days. If I can't break it in the next 60 days, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm putting everything to the stress test. And every time I break something, now we have to fix it. And it's forcing us. I'm going to grow my own operation, the R. John Robbins operation. I'm going to grow my operation more in the next 60 days than most people do in their entire lifetime, probably. All right. Intentionally creating friction, the mindset that allows you to do that, I would say, for your organization and team. Other people would say to your organization and team. I think that most people who have 10, 20, 50, $100 million businesses, certainly everyone that I know, would agree with me. This is something we are doing for our organizations and for our teams. And it's only possible because we are really clear and honest with ourselves about our priorities and what's most important to us. And when you're clear about what's most important to you, it gives you the courage, the drive, the determination to push through all the discomfort and to ignore the criticisms of everyone and create these intentionally tense situations to force the strong people to step up and allow you to recognize where there are people who you need to bid them adieu and leave them be and move on without them. All right. I got a couple of hands up. Take a few questions. And yes, Mario, people do burn out, and that's okay. Not everyone's going to keep up with me. What am I going to do? Slow down? I'm not slowing down. All right. Sorry, Jessica, please.
Totally fine. So yesterday, Tessie Edwards, you had your hand up. We weren't able to get to you.
Yeah, water, please.
I want to know if you still want to speak today. But first off, this morning we have Scott Poston with his hand raised. We're ready for you, Scott.
Sherry, you can.
I'm there. Good morning.
Hey, Scott.
How you doing?
Good.
All right. So my question is more about bigger things that are important to me, like traveling, experiencing new things, different cultures, and trips that enrich my life. Right. So that's important to me. My question is, in this daily exercise, is that part of it? Is reading about something I'd like to do, or planning something? Does that fit in the box of it's important to me? The little things I understand, and the exercise that we've been going through, I understand.
Right.
This, but
So let me see. Let me repeat this back to you and tell me.
do.
Let me repeat this back to you and tell me if I've got it. Okay.
Yep.
One of the things on your list of things that's most important to you is to travel to exotic places. For example.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a practical matter, this exercise this week that we're focusing on is to do something that you say is important to you every day this week and see what interferes with your ability to do that.
Right.
As a practical matter, every day you're not going to get on an airplane and fly to some exotic land.
Correct.
Right. I get that. All right. So what is a version of that you can do every day this week?
Like I said, I could do more research of a place I'd like to go. I can plan out a trip. I can see how much money it's going to cost.
Right.
Do an itinerary.
That's part of so part of going to an exotic place. When you go on vacation, you leave your house, yeah?
Yep.
And let's say you're going to vacation and the way you're getting there is by air travel. Okay?
Yeah.
So you leave your house, you get to an airport, you fly to wherever, you get off the airplane, and you get transported from the airport in the other location to wherever you're staying, a hotel, a jungle hut, or whatever it is, right?
Yes.
And then you participate in whatever activities you've got planned, sightseeing, doing whatever you're doing in that place, correct?
Yes.
When does your vacation start?
It starts when I leave my house.
So let's say, for argument's sake, that we're talking about a luxury vacation. Yes?
Okay. Yeah.
So your luxury vacation begins when you leave your house. How are you getting to the airport?
Probably Uber or Lyft.
Is that a luxury vacation? That sounds like the Howard Johnson vacation.
you think that starts? That starts the day after the last. That starts the day after the last live quarterly meeting ends.
Yeah.
The day after the October live quarterly meeting ended. Done. Next, I got to figure out. I got to start working on the next one. Every conversation I'm having with my team, every conversation I'm having
with members, every time I'm doing a happy hour, everything I'm doing, I'm practicing and testing and refining so that by the time I hit that stage, I've been doing this for 3 months at least. So, yeah, your travel adventure, you can do something every day this week as part of that travel adventure. And guess what? If you don't, well, then you're not really going to take a travel adventure. Because you got to plan it, don't you? If you're going to take a road trip. If you're going to take a road trip, I talked about this with Kristen Roberts on the forum today. I posted on the forum this morning. If you're going to take a road trip, is it part of your bucket list dream road trip? I mean, do you fantasize about stopping to put gas in your car? No, you don't. Oh my God, I've got this fantasy dream road trip that I've been planning for 10 years. And it involves first going to the tire store to get new tires. No. But you have to have the maturity and be realistic enough and be practical enough to acknowledge and embrace and enjoy the fact that getting the tires is part of that road trip.
And in some aspects, going to get the tires is, whether I do it or someone else does it, is kind of fun because you know when you go, you're not going to have a problem with the tires. And so that, to me, is part of the peace of mind on the road trip, right? That is essentially part of the dream road trip, as you're saying, because you know that you're not going to get screwed by a bad tire.
Look, this is part of being a practical and profitable entrepreneur, as opposed to a immature entrepreneur who has these fantasies about how they dream things to be. And then when they actually try to implement their dream and make it real, they're crushed by the practical realities of, I still need tires. Oh my God, my dream has just completely collapsed because I have to go get tires or get new tires for my car before my fantasy dream road trip. And then they literally emotionally collapse. And we see this happening all the time with entrepreneurs, particularly around $900,000 in revenue is the danger zone. They get to around $900,000 in revenue, and they've been fantasizing about breaking the 7-figure barrier. When I have $1 million firm, I'm going to be living in a mansion on the hill with a private butler, and my dog won't crap on the rug anymore, and my kids will pick up their clothes and their toys, and, you know, when I have $1 million law firm, and people have these wildly unrealistic ideas of what it's like to have $1 million business.
Sure.
And they get to around $900,000, $950,000, which is like just that far away from having $1 million business. And there's such an enormous gap between their current reality with a $950,000 business and their immature, unrealistic, impractical, fantastical ideas of $1 million business. It's like this, there's this giant gap. And they're like, oh my God, I'm not ready to like burn down my whole life and move to a mansion on the hill and get a butler and, you know, fly in a private jet everywhere I go. Oh my, I'm not ready to make this huge change. And And as soon as I get to $1 million, I'm going to have to do it. And then they fucking sabotage their business and their life because they're entrepreneurial children. And this happens all the time. And it's going to happen to some of you. And it has happened to some of you. And then we have to come along and have like these grown-up conversations and say, hey, guess what? Ain't nothing really going to change in your life when you go from a $950,000 business to $1 million business. It's only $4,000 a month. It's only $1,000 a week. At 25% profit margins, that's only $250 a week. After taxes, it's like $150 a week. How much is your life going to change for $150 a week? Nothing. A month, I mean. $150 a month. Nothing. You're not making any changes to your life. But people, they've got these immature fantasies, these immature, impractical fantasies, and because they don't actually think through the practical mechanics of how things really have to get done, they allow this enormous gap to exist, and they just implode emotionally. So for you to take your big fancy vacation or your luxury exotic, whatever you want to do, grow the fuck up and do the planning. That's part of it.
For sure.
Well, then you can do something every week, every day this week, can't you?
Yeah, and that was my question. So that's kind of what, along the lines that I was thinking of, and thank you for clarifying that.
You are welcome. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this lesson, because I promise you, maybe not you, maybe not Mario, but someone watching this needed to hear it. If you needed to hear it, put in the chat, please. I needed to hear that. And then share on the Facebook group what you took away from it, or better yet, send an email, send a text to someone who you know is participating in this group, preferably someone you don't see here with us today, and share what you learned and took away from today. All right, Mario, thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Scott, where are you located? Mario's in Chicago. All right, whatever. Mario from Chicago.
Wearing a scarf inside his office.
Wearing a scarf because Chicago's cold. Miami's warm.
So, this was a tough exercise, I think. For not excruciating, because I do like goal setting that I've done, and I've looked at this in terms of like physical, mental, relationships, my professional career, financial, and spiritually. Like those were like, once I did a workshop with a life coach, and it's like, these are the main things, and I started listing things under there. So I've always been able to check them off, and like as long as I'm checking things off that list, I felt good about what I'm doing. And this has been a good exercise, because I think, this week I made it an intentional, like, hey, I don't care where we're at, I'm just gonna drop whatever I'm doing at this time, and I'm gonna get home so I can see the kids.
Yeah.
And I can get my workout in. And you were right. I mean, those have been noticeably better days for me, right?
Wow, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that.
And so I think the thing is, I kept on digging at it. And so I don't know if I'm going down the wrong rabbit hole, but like I look at it, okay, what is it about this that I really like, right? And so
what is it about what?
Let's realign this.
Okay.
So I figured out really what it is one is accomplishment, right? It's just like, if I put like 3 things on my note card every day that are on my list of things that are important, and I accomplish it, I had a really great day. Like I go home, I get asked, how was your day? My day was great, because I knocked off everything that was on my list.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What if the things that are on your list are not part of something you say is most important to you? Do you still feel that sense of accomplishment? Was it still a great day?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
There's some stuff on there that's like, taking care of the business, or we're doing something for the first time, and so maybe I'm leading the charge on it and then handing it off.
All right. So what is your question?
Go ahead, sorry.
So what's the question?
I guess I looked at it just like, I just wanted to kind of talk through it and see like what your feedback was, because I looked at, so accomplishment, physical and mental would be second.
So I guess what I'm saying is it accomplishment for the sake of accomplishment, or is it accomplishment of something that's part of an important goal? Using the example with Scott, if I
It doesn't make it on my list unless it's furthering the goal, which is either building the firm.
Okay, got it. So you don't put it on your list unless it's part of an important goal.
Yeah.
So every time you check it,
to the exercise we did before, it's
good.
Like, is it saving me money? Is it making me money? Is it creating sanity? It doesn't get on my note card. It doesn't get on my note card unless it's going to be accomplishing that.
Good.
And I do that either when I leave the office or the very first thing when I enter the office. And so I feel like, but it's just like a lot can fit in under accomplishment, right? And then you look at physical and mental health. The third one was like connection with important relationships in my life. Then the fourth one was like adventure. And then the fifth one was learning. And the sixth one,
Wait, let me stop you.
Yeah.
I think for you to get more value out of this exercise, it would help you to be more specific.
And I have those things, but then I guess I was just digging into that. Like for me, it was like on the relationships. Go on an adult date with my wife once or twice a month. Do a dad date with my kids.
Now we're getting too specific. All right. Relationships is too, for purposes of this exercise, relationships, I would say, is too broad and vague and ambiguous. Go on a date with my wife is too specific. Let's talk about relationships. Have a loving, open, communicative, supportive, understanding relationship with my wife where we are in each other's world and she knows what's going on in my life, in my inner world, and I know what's going on in her life, in her inner world. That would be a goal that's kind of like just right for this exercise. And every day we're going to find something to do in furtherance of that. That's consistent with that being important for us, right? So this is not meant to be a to-do list exercise. This is not I got all these things done this week. This isn't, I did this every day this week. Check, 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 check. This is if this is what I define as being a great relationship with my wife, then I'm going to do something every day that's consistent with having a great relationship with my wife. I don't care what you do. It could be, on Monday, I gave my wife a hug for 2 solid minutes so that we would feel more connected. On Tuesday, I left a note for her somewhere she would find, telling her something nice. On Wednesday, I did this, I ran an errand for her that I knew she was really dreading, and I could let her know by doing that I care about her. On Thursday, I don't care what you're doing. This isn't a checklist exercise. This isn't a let's see if we can get things off our list exercise. This is if you tell yourself that having a good relationship with your wife is important, well then do something every day to prove it. I don't care what you do, just do something. Make an effort to do something every day to show that it's important. And if you say that having a great relationship with your wife is important, and today is Thursday, and you don't do anything, that tomorrow you can look back at and say, hey, you know what? I said that having a great relationship with my wife was important. But, wow, yesterday I didn't do anything that showed that it was really a priority for me. I let clients waste my time. I let staff get away with a bunch of excuses, and I had to clean up their mess. I didn't plan my day properly and got stuck in traffic. Here's all the things that I allowed to prevent me from doing even one single thing that would demonstrate to a third-party outside observer that that having a great relationship with my wife is really important. So being physically fit, being a physically fit 50-year-old, 60-year-old father, like I'm 50. One of my priorities, one of my goals, something that's important for me, is that Taye is 6 years old when I'm 50, right? So when he's 16 years old, I'll be 60 years old. I don't want to be like one of these, you've seen these 60-year-old guys who can barely freaking move, right? And then you see these 60-year-old men who are spry. They're active. They're jumping and running and playing, right? They're not running like a 20-year-old, but they can go skiing with their kids. They can go scuba diving with their kids. They can go bike riding with their kids. They can roughhouse with their kids. They can play with their kids, right? I want to be that kind of 60-year-old dad. I want to be that kind of 70-year-old dad, right? So every day I try to do something that prepares me to be that person, right? So if you look at my day yesterday, did I go to the gym yesterday? No, I did not. Did I run 2 miles yesterday? No, I did not. Did I ride my bike for 30 minutes yesterday? No, I did not. I did 10 push-ups. I did 10, what the fuck are they called? You're like on your elbows and your tippy toes and you're kind of like planks. I did 10 planks. I did 10 side planks. I did 10 side planks. And I did 10 squats. I did it all in my bathroom. Took me 3 minutes because I had to do something to honor that priority. Could it have been better? Yes, I could have done 20. Could it have been better? Yes, I could have got to the gym. I could have gone for a run. I could have ridden my bike. I could have done more, but I did something that demonstrated that being a fit dad for Taye is a priority for me. That's all that this week is meant to do, right? Now, if tomorrow I oversleep and then I rush out to a meeting and then I take a bunch of calls and then I do this and then I do that and then I do this and then I do that and then I do blah, 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 and I go to sleep and I have not done anything physical fitness related, well then, that would be a day that I did not honor that priority in my life. And I would have to then look at what I allowed to take precedence over that claimed priority. That's what this week is for. And I understand that I'm creating friction. I understand that I'm creating tension. I understand that I'm creating some uncomfortable revelations and asking if you do the exercise, forcing people to face some uncomfortable truths. That's what this week is for. Next week, we will talk about how to start protecting ourselves from these problems. But first, we got to face them. And look at how many people won't even face them. Most of them are called your clients.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jessica? I don't see any other hands up, and we're way over time, which is Sherry's got her hand up. I'll take Sherry's question. I think that's the last question we take today, okay?
Okay.
All right, Sherry.
Thanks, Arjan. So what happens if I'm the problem? If I'm the thing that is standing in my way? If it's not the client.
Sherry. You're always the problem. You're never not the problem. No, I'm being serious. I'm not trying to be funny. What happens if I'm the problem? You are always the problem. You're never not the problem. There's never, ever any other problem other than you. You are the only problem in this equation. Describe one situation to me where you think you're not the problem.
Or isn't. I mean, that's the thing. Turn 360 and you're in the center of all of it. But you figure, turn around, you're always in the
But I
center.
want you to recognize, Sherry, you just tried to feed me bullshit. And like what, the second I call you on it? How is it possible that 30 seconds ago you said, what happens if I'm the problem? Which suggests that you believed that there were situations where you might not be the problem. And then as soon as I call you on it, you instantly switch over to, no, now I realize I'm always the problem. I mean, maybe you just have a huge revelation and it's like, oh my God, this is a gigantic revelation in my life because of something Arjan just said this instant. But you're not giving me the impression that you've just had a huge revelation. You're giving me the impression of someone who tried to feed me some bullshit, and when I didn't take it, you stopped trying and then you got real with me.
I wasn't trying to feed you any bullshit.
You were feeding yourself bullshit, and it didn't occur to you that I wasn't going to take it. You said to yourself, you just said, what happens if I'm the problem? If another person said, Jessica, take yourself off mute, please.
I'm here.
All right, I want you to say to Sherry, what happens if I'm the problem?
Sherry, what happens if I'm the problem?
I'm sorry. What Sherry said was, what I want you to say, Jessica, is, what happens if sometimes I'm the problem? That's what Sherry said.
Okay. What happens if sometimes I'm the problem, Sherry?
What do you believe Jessica believes if she asks that question, Sherry?
That there are times when she's not the problem.
That's exactly.
But I didn't say sometimes. I said, what happens if I'm the problem? I'm the thing that I know I let my time slip away. I get distracted.
Okay, hold on a second. Jessica.
Yes.
Now I want you to say to Sherry, what happens if I have to breathe?
Sherry, what happens if I have to breathe?
Breathe.
No, Sherry, see, the point is, a person who asks the question, what happens if I have to breathe? There's a foundational premise upon which the question is based that breathing is optional. What happens if I have to breathe? What do you think about a person who asks the question, what happens if I have to breathe?
I wonder what the hell they're talking about. Jason's clarifying what I mean. I'm always the one getting in my own way.
I know you're always.
I don't know how to stop that.
Sherry, I'm trying to help you solve the problem. The question includes the solution. Okay. Here's what I think may have just happened. You played one note on the piano, and I named that tune. And you might be thinking that because I named the tune with only one note, I wasn't understanding you. But in fact, I simply recognized the tune from the first note because I've heard it a million times before. What happens if I have to breathe? Well, that makes me think that you think that breathing is optional. And since I know breathing is not optional, I'm now concerned about whether you understand the basics of human anatomy. Do you agree with that thought logic, that thought process?
Yes.
What happens if I'm the problem? Well, you're always the problem. So the fact that you would ask what happens if I'm the problem makes me think that you think that you not being the problem is a possibility. And since you not being the source of the problem is not a possibility, I'm wondering if you don't understand how this whole process works.
No.
Do you understand the logic construct that I just laid out for you?
Yes.
But here's the thing. The way you're couching the question tells me what the melody is. It tells me the tune. I know there's other stuff going on because of the way you chose to couch the question. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if I have to breathe tells you a lot about what's going on in my head and my either perception of reality or my attempts to evade reality or my attempts to negotiate with reality, because I asked the question, Sherry, what happens if I have to breathe every day? A person who says, Sherry, what happens if I have to breathe every day? A person who says that to you, you understand that that person is treating biological imperatives as optional in their mind, in their thinking. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if I'm the problem? You're always the problem. I am always the problem with every problem in my life. You are always the problem with every problem in your life. Expecting other people to change, requiring other people to change so that you don't have to, is like basically sending everyone else in your life to therapy so that you can stay fucked up. I'm always the problem in every relationship that I'm in. I'm the problem when my staff doesn't deliver what they're supposed to deliver for me. I'm the problem when people don't fulfill their commitments that they make to me. I'm the problem when people don't pay their bills to me that they're supposed to pay. I'm the problem when my dog begs at the table. I'm always the problem with everything that is going on in my life that I'm not satisfied with. Because I could have hired better people. I could have done a better job onboarding them. I could have done a better job training them. I could have fired them the first time they ignored the rules. I could have done a better job training my dog. I could have been more consistent with my training with my dog. I could have not done a bunch of stuff that gave my dog missed messages that he can beg at the table. I'm always the problem. And by the way, I could have excused myself from my relationship with my dog and found him a different home. I could have excused myself from my relationship with that dysfunctional person. But I didn't. Here I am. My fault. My problem. I'm the source of the problem. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I think my question is really, how do we get out of our own way? If I'm always the problem.
I'm not going to talk to you about how you get out of your own way this week. That's not what this week is for. This week is for really going deep and getting honest with yourself about where there is an inconsistency between the things you say are important to you and your actions. And I'm not going to let you off the hook, and I'm not going to relieve the pressure from you. And I'm not going to let you stop doing the exercise by letting you change the subject on me. I understand that this is uncomfortable. I understand you'd feel better if you could stop looking more and more and more deeply into this issue, and if we could just get to solving it. But that's not what this week is for. This week is about going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper to really take an honest inventory of the things we say are important to us versus the actions we take. So what are a few things you say are important to you?
My health, my
Great.
business.
Your health. Your health. Your business is too vague. Your health. Great. What did you do this week that would demonstrate to a third party who doesn't know you, who's just watching from the outside looking in, wow, Sherry's health is actually important to her. I know that because I observed this behavior.
So I've gotten up every day and exercised for an hour in the morning.
Terrific. What's something else you say is important to you?
My kids.
If that third party were to be watching the movie of your life this week, what would they see every day that would demonstrate that they would say, Sherry's children are important to her, and I know that because I saw the following.
So I carved out time to read to my little one, and I carved out time to have a long conversation with my eldest about her day.
On Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday.
Correct.
Every day this week, you've done
every day this week. Yes.
Wonderful, terrific. What else did you say is important to you?
My husband.
Okay. What specifically about him? I think what you mean is your relationship with him.
Yeah, just along the lines of what Mario was saying
Okay.
earlier about
So
having a better.
What have you done this week? That third party. Oh, Sherry's relationship with her husband is really important to her. And we know that because we saw her do this and this and this on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. And remember, this is a family show.
Honestly, I haven't done anything with him this week. I'm out of alignment on that.
All right. Well, there you go. What did you allow to interfere with that? What did you allow? What stories did you tell yourself? What excuses did you tolerate? What did you allow to stop you from doing something every day to demonstrate that having a great relationship with your husband is a priority for you?
Work and kids.
Don't blame your children and don't blame your work. Be specific. See, I already know how you go through life based on the way you're asking questions and giving answers. You like do these vague, broad broad stroke answers. And this week is all about getting very specific about things. What specifically?
Sorry, laughing at him's coming.
Yeah. Adam loves to distract other people from talking, but when he gets to, but if you're talking to Adam on a Zoom and someone puts something in the chat and you get distracted, watch how pissed off he gets. It's actually pretty funny.
I scrolled on my phone.
Okay.
I paid more attention to the phone than I did the app.
Well, then scrolling on your phone is more important to you than your relationship with your husband. That's what a third party would see.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true, and we just have to admit that to ourselves, that keeping up with social media is more important to Sherry than having a great relationship with her husband. Because that's what your actions are demonstrating. That's what this week is about.
Mm-hmm.
So do something today to demonstrate that having a great relationship with your husband is actually really important to you. Or don't. Do it or don't do it. If you don't do it, well then, accept what that says about your priorities. That's what this week is for. I appreciate that it's painful.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And everyone, I'm out. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
All right. Who's doing what next?
We're still live everywhere.
Yes. You want to tell me if they have any questions while I transition to whatever I have to do next, Dylan?
I do.
Okay, give me. I'm looking at something I gotta check while you feed me questions, which I will be happy to answer for anyone. And you want to just give them a heads up? Do they know? Did Jemmy tell everyone already what we've got in store for the day today?
We have not recapped previewed what's gonna happen yet today
All right.
on the stream. But she's here, Jimbo's here, I'm here.
Would someone, Jemmy or Jimbo or someone, let everyone know what we've got in store for everyone today?
We got it.
What we got in store for everyone today. And then I'll tell you what you missed already this morning and what you missed last night. Because, we're trying to share. We're trying to share as much as we can with you. But obviously, there's things we're not going to share that are either too personal or too boring. And we'll try to tell you about that stuff just so you can get a real 360 vision of the practical realities of what it's like to live this life. So feed me questions. I got to finish this text to Danny.
Well, let me go ahead and jump in here, Arjan, and tell everybody what they have in store for today. And you go ahead and finish your text if that's good.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
We've got an exciting day. We've got producer Jimmy back with us. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hello. Great to be here as always.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, we've got an exciting afternoon for you because you're going to see Arjan and I working out a video shoot. We've done this many times, so you'll get to kind of peel back the curtain and see the inside look of what it takes to make a video. Now, we've got a cool opportunity because Arjan's got a speech that he's going to give at Joe Polish's Genius Network coming up in February. But before that, like anybody who's running a good organization would want, they want to know like what Arjan is going to do. They want to get a taste, if you will. They want to see him, on a video preview. It doesn't have to be, a highly produced video, but they want to know like, hey, when we give this guy 10 minutes of our stage, we want to know that we're in good hands, right?
Yeah.
And we do the same thing at How to Manage Enterprises. Like you don't get to just come on our stage and go, oh, we'll just trust you and hope this works out, right? And I'm sure Jimmy, is it the same with being a guest on your podcast? It's not like, oh, I met you at a bar.
Oh, I just let any ruffian in. Actually, sadly, that's actually been true in the past. But no, on my more intentional podcast, that's definitely been true.
Yeah.
Where and as a public speaker as well, I know that if I being gifted a stage time, I know I need to show up the right way. But I've definitely seen it where people don't prepare right, or they're giving the same thing and it's kind of they're not feeling it, like the passion's not there or what have you, or do they really know their stuff, or is there if they need a crew or resources, do they have them? What is really going to be expected? Is it going to reflect our brand properly if they're on our stage? Yeah
I've been in on stages for the past going on 12 years now, and what a lot of let's say rookie inexperienced speakers don't understand is there are unwritten rules when you come on somebody else's stage. And the stage in this case could be a podcast, anything that's kind of live and unfolding as we go.
Yeah.
And there's a couple things, right, that I'll just, let everybody know that, these are the commandments, if you will, of going on somebody else's stage as a guest. And yes, you are a guest because first and foremost, somebody, the host, right, of that stage, of that podcast, of that live event, that's their audience.
It's like visiting someone's home. Can they hear me?
Yes.
It's like visiting someone's home. And by the way, I'm jumping onto my live quarterly planning session now.
Okay, yeah. We're going to let Arjan go. So,
okay.
Yeah. And I'll fill you guys in. We've got the next couple of hours together, and Arjan will be back later and stuff like that.
My brain is not functioning super well, and I might.
Yeah, we're going to be sharing a lot of really interesting content today.
Yeah, so we'll wait. We'll give Dylan just a second to get out of there. Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, he said it. It's their home. Think of it as their home, right? You are a guest in their home, and you've got to take that seriously.
100%.
Yeah, until you've curated your own audience, you don't know what it's like to curate an audience. This is not the easiest task in the world.
It's not.
Yeah.
On a micro level, it's funny because and I'll probably end up bringing up Clubhouse in some way, shape, or form like every day. But on a micro level on Clubhouse, if I'm moderating a room, that's a stage essentially. And if someone's brought up on stage and I'm expecting them to contribute a certain level of value, and instead they're just selling their product, or they're going on and on about something that has nothing to do with the topic or the question that was even asked or whatever, and I see the numbers tick down of the people in the room, it's because we're letting them down. We're not providing the value. We're not standing up for the brand. We're not doing what we need to do. And we've given stage time to somebody who's not honoring it. And the people are leaving. And so that's on a micro level. Now imagine, and Clubhouse is a free platform. Imagine if a business has put time and money and effort into scheduling a venue, paying for a venue, getting, videography, lighting, all these things in place, having a whole entire event. And the worst thing that they can do, worst thing they can imagine happening, is to have a speaker on there who, through a lack of follow through, from not coming up and hitting out the park, or even worst case scenario, doing a terrible job, that speaker being what people are left with as an impression, and not likely to come back, or not likely to recommend it, and all that kind of stuff. So it can be a good speaker can make or break.
For sure. I mean, yeah. I've got so much to say because I've literally been. I'll give a little backstory for those of you who are interested. If you're not, just tune out. I could care less. So my whole background is in video production, and specifically in video marketing, right? I have a lot of creative work that I've been involved in. You've seen some of that.
Yes, I love it. I'm a big fan.
Thank you. But it's always intentional to drive someone to sign up for something, right?
Right.
Building a list. And over the 60 days, we'll talk a lot about that. And by the way, if you're watching now, ammbook.com, you followed us for the last couple of days of the audio read of that book, ammbook.com. Go there and sign up so you are in the loop. Fantastic marketing book. Every business owner should know this, should have this on their shelf, should read this book, should treat it basically as a Bible for marketing. Nonetheless.
Yeah.
So in 2000, so my first, dip into the water, let's say, in understanding video marketing, because before, I went to school, I got a film degree. I was just like, oh, let's make fun stuff, right? I didn't really get how to monetize it, But once
again, you go to school to learn the craft, but they forget to teach you the business side of it.
Right. It's like we had this conversation, and we should have this conversation on a daily basis because,
right.
Because I think here's why it's important for highly educated people, and I've seen this happen with my clients and talking to people in the legal industry specifically.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost a shame or an embarrassment that they don't know these business principles.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they want to go, well, I went to law school, I should know everything, right? It's like, not really. You hit it on the head, right? You went to law school. How much business did you learn in law school?
None, absolutely none. And it's funny. Apparently, and this is something I learned from the great guru known as my cousin Vinny. Apparently, to my cousin Vinny, you don't learn how to even do the court proceedings, all that kind of stuff either. So I don't. Yeah, let me tell you, from going to law school and actually having a business changing it from a business practice to actual, a legal practice to actual legal business, completely different ballgame.
Whole different ballgame. Yeah.
Because now you're talking about customer cycles, sales cycles. You have to, take into account all these different things, including the cost of your marketing and the way to market, knowing your audience. How do you reach them? Blah, 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 blah. All the stuff it takes to run a business. They don't teach you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see Dylan's added the behind the scenes cam of Arjan. Great. Here he is talking to someone on a call. And we'll get to that. We'll definitely get to that. Yeah. He's just Arjan wants to be on screen but not heard. Great.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I think at any point he may have a good, nugget or two. That's what my guess is, because he will often have moments where it's like, oh my gosh, this is really, awesome.
Do you remember, let me ask you real quick. Do you remember the first time that you realized that you knew videography, but you didn't know videography business?
Mm-hmm. I do. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let me back that up.
Sure.
It was more gradual, and I'll say, I'll give the excuse, even though it's bullshit, that I was so wrapped up in being more of an artist. Like and maybe people can relate. I just always assumed, naively, I'll admit now,
but feeling something of similar to build it and they will come is about to follow.
Exactly. I was always under the unspoken assumption. I never said it out loud, but I always the money part it'll work out.
Mm-hmm.
And it really didn't. Honestly, it took years for me to go, oh, nobody's coming to save me. Nobody's, and I really started noticing it when I started recognizing that I started being exposed to other video businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And I was perplexed, because I was like, they don't make anything funny. They're not. There's nothing charming about this person. And it didn't matter. They were nice enough, right? They were nice enough.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
therefore, they were picking up jobs that I was not getting because I didn't have my shit together.
Mm.
Every time I met with a client, it was like starting from scratch. It was like, all right, how do we build this wheel? I know it needs to roll, but I like the square version. Is this going to work?
Right. Right.
Yeah, it was
See,
a bit of a
yeah, go ahead.
long nightmare.
I think I was lucky in that because I did go into corporate America, you know, I was taught that was the course. So that's the course I took because I went to corporate America. So for me, I learned a lot of what not to do in terms of how to treat clients, how to treat staff, and how to deal with those things. I learned a lot of what not to do in those environments, but I learned a lot of what to do, and especially in terms of being an entrepreneur, in terms of, and in my case, more specifically, a creative entrepreneur, in your case as well. I learned a lot of what to do through more specified, almost mentorship kind of relationships. You know, one was a businessman who had a website design development company, and that's where I really learned a lot about business sales cycles and what actually matters and what you need to take into account and how important company culture is and all those kinds of things. Like that's when I really learned that. And then from Glenn of Horse Radio Network.
Sorry,
Oop,
go
that's
ahead.
okay. So from Glenn from Horse Radio Network is where I really learned what to focus on when you're trying to build a business from a creative standpoint. And it's a different ballgame because, you know, I think if you're in business to be, let's use accounting, or let's use a lawyer. You know, you still have a mindset that's very organized. There's a process, right, that you're taught of how to do things.
Yeah.
But if you are building a business and you're creative, you're like a shiny object's best friend. Like you are all over the place. Like, you know, like, and so those things are part of, like, it's a different brain cycle, you know?
Oh
And
my
so,
God.
and
This
so,
is hurting me right now.
well, I'm just saying. And so
I
I'm
know.
guilty of it, but I hire hosts when I hire team members, like they're all guilty of it. But it's the beauty in, it's the pain that comes with the beauty of it, right? But it's all about learning how does the business function. So I think I was really lucky because I learned a lot of those business principles before I started really pursuing it with a lot of creative intention. So I think it was the opposite of you. You were like, creativity, be funny, silly, woohoo. Yeah, and I totally get that. That's most people.
Can you just fill me in a little bit about, I mean, here's what's interesting. You'll say the horse network, right? And you say it rather fast, right? What is it? How did you get involved? Are you a horse aficionado? Like, what is happening?
Okay, so before joining Horse Radio Network, I had been on a horse exactly one time in my life. I was about 13. We were on a road trip, and I found a dude ranch in North Carolina somewhere along the road. I'm like, I want to take a horse ride, and no one went with me. It was just me and the guide. I took my first horse ride. I knew nothing about horses, but I knew podcasting, and I was just I had been podcasting on my own for about a couple of years, and I went to my first podcast conference called Podfest. And that was back in 2017. And so the keynote speaker there was Glenn the Geek, who does the keynote pretty much every year. And you can't miss him. He's this 6 foot something, super tall, cowboy hat wearing dude who's in the center of a gaggle of people who all excited to meet him because he's this legend who's been podcasting since before there's the term podcasting, right?
Yeah.
And now he's built this network that 13 years, I think it's been going now. Wow. It has all these shows. So I met him. Yeah, when I went to Podfest, so the show that I was currently hosting was all about finding out a little bit about what we're talking about here. How do you, once you know what you want to do for a living, how do you actually do that? How do you turn that into a business? A lot of what we're talking about. So that first show was interviewing people, whether there was musicians and artists, all the way to news anchors to business owners. So I decided as I was heading over to Podfest, I'm like, well, I'm about to meet a whole bunch of people who are, I could ask them the same question. How did you get started podcasting? So I decided to do that. So I was asking like doing little 5-minute interviews with them. They're called Vox Pop, where you just kind of like man on the street, like you would see at late night television, was the same question over and over again. And then I sewed those together. So Glenn was actually receiving an award right alongside with another gentleman I became friends with named Gabe. So they were both coming off stage. And I ran up to them, microphone in the face, and I said, "Can I please interview you?" I'm
You
not shy.
ambushed him, essentially.
Well, exactly.
You ambush.
So, totally, 100%,
Yeah.
100% in front of a crowd. So, like, they really couldn't say no. So we go outside. I do my interview. And this is the one time that I'm so mad at myself, I pressed stop on the record button. Because as soon as I did, they turned to each other and started talking about how good I was. And I'm like, what? And then Glenn offered to mentor me. So I started off as his mentee. And so he's like, if you do this consistently, follow my instructions for 6 months, I'll and do this on your own, I'll actually actively mentor you. Well, within 3 months of watching me doing what he asked me to do on my own, he's like, okay, you're ready. So I began, he just kind of took me under his wing. And then he calls me one day and he says, Jemmy, I have a question for you. He says, we really need some help at HRN. This whole time I've been expecting
Network.
Horse Radio Network. Horse Radio.
So you're telling me there's a radio network for just horses.
20 plus shows all about horses.
There's just
it blew my mind.
Look, here's the lesson, people that are watching across all of our social media channels. If you think there's not an audience out there, you're probably wrong.
You're right wrong.
Hey, look, it's one thing to like horses and horses are awesome and blah, 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 blah. It's a whole nother thing to like, there's an industry that will actually listen to a radio show about horses.
And he's had some sponsors on there that have been a sponsor for over a decade. There's some listeners who we call them legacy listeners because they've listened to literally every single episode of every single show.
Oh my gosh.
One of them's named Rhonda.
There's so much I want to say about that.
So he calls me and he says, I've been looking in my head. I've been thinking I needed someone who knew horses and I could teach them podcasting stuff. He's like, I'm throwing that idea out the window. I need someone who knows podcasting. Whether or not you learn about horses is up to you. I said, okay. So I drove up to Ocala, which is about 4.5 hours away from me, 3.5 hours away from me. And got to meet their horses, which was really fun, and just trained. And actually my first gig was they do a live morning show Monday through Friday. It's broadcast live every day. Goes to an hour and a half. And I became their live producer. So, they threw me into the deep end. It wasn't like, hey, can you edit some things here and there? Hey, can you record a session? No. It was like, you're going to be on live. You're responsible for this. You're screening the calls and blah, blah, blah. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And I learned a lot. I
basically think you're Daphne from Frasier, but just thrown into it, if you know that reference.
I do know that reference. I'm a very
producer? Maybe
I'm a very tricky relationship with Kelsey Grammer, but we'll talk about that another time.
Exactly.
We went to the same high school.
6 degrees up.
Story for another day.
All right. Let me get us back to where we're headed for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
I love this, and we're gonna play some content, but I think it's really important to just kind of set a lot of foundational context, right? We're gonna assume that nobody really knows us and that kind of thing. So anybody, tuning in will understand, like, okay, here's what's going on. Here's what I'm watching. Here are the people that I'm watching, yada, yada.
Yeah.
We'll do this multiple times as we go through the show over the next 60 days. So for me, like I was saying, video background, more of the creative. I could think of the ideas. I could get stuff produced, but every time was Groundhog Day. Every time I'm starting from scratch, if that's Groundhog Day. Is that Groundhog Day? Yeah. I'm just like starting over.
Yeah.
And it was really frustrating, but there's a level in business that I don't think is talked about where it's almost right between comfort and discomfort, meaning I was making enough money, but I was uncomfortable. I mean, I wasn't making enough money, but I was making enough to get by. I wasn't like, I'm going to throw in the towel, right? Kind of thing.
What
So I
was
had
the uncomfortable part?
Well, the uncomfortable part was I didn't know how to, the concept of systems didn't even occur to me. Like because, and this is, look, if you're a creative listening and watching, you'll definitely relate to this. Because us creatives, we think everything is so unique.
Yeah.
Nothing can be systematized.
Yeah.
No, it's a video.
Yeah.
We don't think in terms of like even naming systems and how to create a process for a client to go through so that it makes it easy on the client to experience the process.
Right.
It makes the service provider, it makes it easier on them. I was just like, let's have a conversation every time and see where this leads to, rather than almost a reverse engineer we do now and go, okay, if we did this right, what would be the result? Nobody cares about videos. They care about what can the video do for their business, right?
Right.
I don't have business owners that are like, I can't wait to make videos, right?
That's so true. That is so true. And
yeah,
when
they're like, what can that video do for their business? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I remember one thing that stifled my growth, and it was because I thought my certain system, which really was a lack of system, I thought it was very precious, and it was that like how I onboarded new clients, my independent clients specifically. Gosh, I love working with people one-on-one, really helping them out, learning the most I can. But because of that, I thought that I had to stick to one by one, bringing clients in. And there became a certain moment, I think in the last year or so, where I realized like, if I keep it going that way, the growth is going to be so not accelerated, whatever the opposite is, slowed down, whatever, decelerated.
It's going to be so turtle.
Stifled. Yeah. And so I had to think like, what could I do that would still feel like I'm helping people personally, but can scale. And finally it hit me that another part of a problem that I was wanting to solve was I know that I'm priced out of helping certain clients. That's just because of the level of production that I do. And that was another problem that kind of like bothered me a little bit. And I realized there's a solution that solved both, which was creating a workshop that a group could take together so I could still work with them personally. But at the same time, because it's a small group setting, the price point is lower. So now those people who couldn't work with me one-on-one can now. So I was like, oh, it felt good. And it relieved that guilt that so many of us still feel, even though we should be making money off of our talents and our gifts and everything we pour out into the world. We still feel dang on guilty about it. So, and also helped me get on my own way of my business growth. So that was a huge development for me this year.
Cool. I mean, thank you for sharing that. I mean, mine, let me just kind of go through this kind of thing that I was trying to get to. So, and wherever I was going, I have these ideas where I'm like, oh, I can talk about that. And then, no. So for me, I remember a couple things. So I get the degree from film and drama at school. I moved to San Diego for graduate school for film production. I make a feature film for my thesis, which no professor would chair. They were like, not interested. This is too ambitious. This is too, you're going about this the wrong way. And I was an artist. You're not going to tell me. I'm 23.
I know everything.
Clearly, I'm informed, right? Well, I can look back on that experience and either have regrets or look at it as a learning experience. And what I learned from that is, one, filmmaking and let's just say, video making, it is a team effort. You can't, there's not just and it's anything in production related, right? You can have a
Mhm.
driving creative force,
Mhm.
but you really need some people around you. And I
100%.
had some decent people, but none of us knew what we were doing, right? And I mean, so it didn't matter. And and then there was, there were some contributing factors going on around that were like, okay, let's take us back to the mid early 90s when this a filmmaker, Kevin Smith, most people would maybe
Mhm.
recognize that name.
Mhm.
He had
Love
just
him.
we were in production and Clerks came out. And
Such a classic.
yeah, and it was
Such a
like,
classic. Never seen anything like that.
never
Certainly not of
seen
that
anything
length.
like
Never.
that. And this was literally this is what we were attempting to do, right? Like we were trying to do my version of a Clerks, right? Somewhat autobiography, whatever I'm trying to say, you get it? Based on me and my group of friends and what, we were going through as young, struggling,
Yeah.
white 20-year-old males.
Schnoogans.
So hard we got it. Oh, geez.
I
It's
love it.
like hindsight. So 2020. So anyways, I make this film, Clerks is coming out. I'm really inspired because I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
And at the time, independent film, like it was really at the verge of like, oh my gosh, you don't have to go through a studio and blah, 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 blah. And this is when, Miramax Films was tiny, right? Now it's huge. I mean, they do studio pictures, might as well.
Yeah.
Not independent anymore. Fox Searchlight, there was a couple of other just small names. And then there was a New York Independent Film Festival that happened every year in New York. And we basically somehow bullshitted our way in. We got press passes. We were not myself and the producer. I was a director, writer. And we went in, and through that opportunity, we were able to establish some meetings with some studios. So we got into Miramax, we got into Fox Searchlight, and basically we got rejected. And it was so crushing. Like it never occurred to me that I wasn't going to get this thing.
Especially when you see those names that you're like headed into meetings with, you're thinking, this is it. This is it.
Yeah, this is it.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just depressed. I literally, I'd never really tried anything and it didn't work out, and I was just like, I didn't know what to do with this. Right.
Yeah.
Another lesson from that whole experience was, I mean, and this is again going to date me, there was no computer video editing at the time. Like you cut on film. When I went to film school, slicing
literally
film.
are cutting film, people, in case you're under the age of 35.
Yeah, and I hated the process. What did you just say about 35?
I said if you're under the age of 35, that's literally film strips used to exist.
And I hated that because I was just too impatient. Like I couldn't, and the glue, I have it all over my hands, and it's that kind of thing. You can just imagine, right? So I basically learned from that experience, to really be a filmmaker, you really have to have experience editing. Like you cannot, because in order to direct, you've got to know what it means.
Right. To put it together.
Editing and go,
yes,
man, if we had this one extra shot, it would save this scene. If we
1,000%.
And
1,000%.
Yeah, just didn't know.
I'm thinking about it from the same thing with podcasting. It's so true. Like I try to pair up the person who is recording the episode to be the same person who's editing as much as possible, because they're going to understand. They're going to know what needs to happen on the other end of it.
And this is so great because later on today, we're going to see me and Arjan working through the script process, and we're going to shoot the video. We're going to live stream it. Awesome. And people are going to get to see our process. And there are times the way I'm going to shoot it, and I'll do more explaining of that, I'm sure, but I'll know where the edit points are. And I know where I can tell my talent at any time. And Arjan will just be my talent. I'll be directing. Hey, pick it up here. I know what we can do with editing. And I've got a great
I
little.
saw I picked up on you doing that during the audiobook recording.
Oh, okay, cool.
Even yeah.
Yeah, here's a mini lesson. If any of my geeks, where my geeks at?
Yeah, you just got a big smile on your face too. I love it.
Because I love this process. This is the process that I use when I'm working with anybody, especially if I'm working with them on site, which I don't do a lot of anymore. We mainly do our producing over Zoom or using a phone over Zoom. You can still do it with a phone. You can't get away with this for Zoom because of what's in the biz we call resolution, right?
Mhm, mhm,
So
mhm.
resolution, resolution is basically how things are recorded, right? So
Mhm.
if you basically are recording on an iPhone, you're probably recording in HD, right?
Mhm, mhm. Something to do with like frames per second plus, you know, how
Yeah,
many
all this
pixels are
geeky stuff.
involved and all those kinds of.
And yeah,
It's like how clear does it show up? How closely can you zoom in and make it still
yeah,
look like a thing instead of a Monet painting?
yeah. And yeah. And just a side note, if you're just tuning in and you see Arjan in our frame here, we've just got eyes on Arjan, let's say. And what he's doing, he's planning for our live quarterly meeting where we're going to meet you in person, Jimmy, in New Orleans.
So excited.
That's
And my
coming
son,
up.
he's coming too.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's coming up, I believe, 2 weeks. We're basically 2 weeks out. So he is meeting with the operations team. There's an operation team under how to manage enterprises. There's different, divisions. Exactly. And ultimately, he's working out some of the content with them. He's basically working on what the offer is going to eventually become. And right now, he's on with our director of operations, Renee, and Erica, who is our head of coaching and programs, strategic. We have what's called strategic management advisors, where they manage these law firms, CFO, CEO, COO, et cetera. And so basically, those guys right now, Erica and Renee, are planning that live quarterly meeting. They're talking about what goes into the workbook, right? So on Saturday morning, you're going to see this workbook. It's really cool. It has interesting, cool designs, and there's always kind of a theme. Last Seattle, we had little bitty steam engines on stage.
Oh, cute.
Super cool. And then the workbook was based on steam engines and gears and in a machine, because he was basically last Seattle in October of 2021 was all about building an automatic referral machine. And this concept of we all know referrals are great, but if you don't have a system, right? If you don't have a machine that keeps working, you're going to just be like this, right? Rather than
Right.
So we're going to have a cool workbook, as we always do, and the members, get to fill that out and, all that kind of stuff. And there's questions. It's really designed to get them to go, what are you going to do come Monday? Right? Here's Saturday.
Because it's Friday and Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. It's like jam-packed.
All these great ideas, and you've probably been to events where you get all these great ideas, and then you get home Monday and you're like overwhelmed again, right?
Completely overwhelming.
Yeah. And they're going to be getting a group of law firm owners to discuss their experience of what it's like to have what's called a PLA. I don't know if you lawed enough to know what that initial stands for.
A couple of things I could think of, but
professional legal administrator.
Okay.
So when a law firm gets to a specific size, they need somebody in-house to really just run it. And that person is known as a professional legal administrator.
Got it.
One of the mistakes that a law firm will make is they've got a great office manager, and let's just call her Sally. Sally's great. Oh my God, everybody loves Sally. So we're going to promote Sally to be our professional legal administrator, and Sally crashes and burns because just because Sally was a great office manager doesn't mean she's now going to become a great professional legal administrator. It's a whole different skill set.
Yeah. I'm kind of
And there's
thinking
some
of it.
similarities. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of it like as my own business is growing, I know I need to bring on someone who's an administrator. And the question is it someone who's going to stay in an admin position? No, I'm purposely bringing on someone who I know really understands podcasting and production, because that my idea is for them to grow into the business manager, and for this at that point to then hire someone who definitely is only doing the admin, because that's not something that naturally grows into the other one, which is I'm actually thinking about that higher level, even though I'm only hiring them for something small right now, because I need them to be the kind of person who can grow into that. And that's not everybody. That's not everybody.
It's not everybody. And this is, look, it's not just a mistake that law firm owners make, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a mistake that any business owner can walk right into. Because you think like, hey, they're great. Everybody loves Sally. Sally's doing so great. She really, makes sure all of this stuff happens. Wait 1 second. We're going to show this video in just a second.
Okay.
Sally's so great and blah, 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 blah. And then again, you add on this next layer of, let's call it professional responsibility. And it's just a different skill set, right? Like
it is.
And I think, what's really helped me running the video business, I'm still wearing one of our branded t-shirts because it's just easier to put on a t-shirt and leave, actually.
The Steve Jobs method of getting dressed.
It really, that's what I was actually thinking about. So this concept really became familiar to me when we created the video business in 2019 under the How to Manage Enterprises. I've sold a lot of stuff from stage, like video services, millions of dollars over my career. I had a span in my career from like 2012 to 2018 where the only way the video studio was funded was by me being on stage. So we would buy sponsorships, go speak at events. This is why we were talking about stage etiquette earlier.
So that really was your marketing tool. Yeah.
So if I acted a fool on somebody else's stage, there's zero chance of me getting invited back. And that was my lifeline to new customers and clients, right? I knew when I stepped on that stage that wasn't my audience. I was getting to speak to someone else's audience, and I need to be respectful. I need to be clear, and we always were, because it was under contracts, of what I could offer and what I couldn't offer, right? And all of those kinds of things. It's a fascinating world, this whole speak to sell world, where you essentially pay for sponsorship, get on somebody's stage, and when you're good, you just crush it. I mean, I remember one of my earliest mentor, where I was like, what? People still learn after going to school? This is weird. A woman named
yes, but there are not necessarily any like tests or late night cramming sessions. That's stuff.
Yeah. A woman named Lisa Sasovich, who every time I'm in front of anybody, I'm like, oh
yeah,
Lisa
you
Sasovich.
mentioned
Who's the reason I'm here. I was seeing her, and she was, she would run one of these 3-day events, and she has this program in the past. It's called the Sassy Mastermind, right? Her name's Sasovich, Sassy Mastermind, and sales, authenticity, and secret. I forget what there was a thing that it all made sense. And it was charming and all that kind of good stuff. And the first time I went to work one of her events, I was there. I was hired as a vendor to create a DVD product that's basically going to be a home study guide later, but I didn't really know how everything was working. It wasn't behind the scenes and that kind of stuff. She hadn't yet gone to me like you were telling and saying, hey, let me mentor you, right? I was there to make a product. And I remember being so into the content. Like, I was like, this is fantastic. Like, all of a sudden, all of my lack of systems and all of these things were like,
hit you right in the face, huh?
Light bulb. And And then she went to make her offer, which always happens at these events on day 2 in the afternoon, because the model is day 1, you're filling the audience with content, and there's a sense of like, I can do this. I got this. By the middle of day 2, you're like, I can't do this alone.
Oh crap, she's still telling me things to do.
And then
The list
in
is
the
getting so
afternoon
long.
of day 2 comes the solution, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the magic pill that you've been wanting. Yes. When her magic pill came out, and this was 2009, she started talking about this program, the Sassy Mastermind. And she said, it's $24,000 for the year. And I'm like, what? Like, squeeze me? Are you out of your mind? I'm kind of looking around, trying to catch anyone's eyes to go.
Meanwhile, you're calculating it by month. You're like, what? Wait, what's my mortgage versus that?
Yeah.
Like,
all of these things, right?
Yeah.
And in the meantime, this was the highest job I'd ever gotten paid at the time, $13,000 as an independent. And I'm like, 13 grand for this. This is crazy. Meanwhile, I have no idea how much time it's going to take me. I'm just like, this sounds great. So I'm trying to get over myself and swallow this pill of $24,000. And then she goes, now, for those people in the audience who really know they're ready for the next level, I've got a diamond level of the Sassy Mastermind, and you're going to meet with me, and essentially we're going to be partners for the next year. I'm going to be a partner in your business. And I'm like, this sounds great.
Lady knows how to sell herself. My goodness.
And then she goes, that's $100,000. And I about fell over. I'm like, what in the hell am I witnessing? Because I'd just never seen anything like it.
Who were some of the other people? Who are the people in the audience? Who's her audience of she's drawing these?
In the early days, I was like, these are classy middle-aged women. That's all I knew.
Wow.
They all dressed to the nines, and they all look dialed in.
Their pumps and
yeah. And it turned, look, I mean, there were other coaches in the audience. There were people that were coming out of corporate, out of Fortune 500. I mean, some pretty sophisticated, educated individuals.
Yeah.
So I'm like beside myself, trying to figure out what in the hell has just happened. And then Saturday morning, one of the things that a smart event host will do is they identify the people that have chosen to purchase the program, so that by Saturday morning, you essentially have some FOMO going on.
Right. Exactly.
And for Lisa, she always had a purple lei. Her colors were purple, and she had this purple lei.
And the people
and so the next morning you
signed
see all
up.
these, you signed up.
And then you're walking around legless.
Yeah, like I want to get
feeling like a loser.
Yeah. And the next morning you see all these women walking around with these purple leis, and it creates this, I want to be part of this group.
Yeah.
So by that afternoon, I had realized that she had sold $2.4 million from the stage. Like, she had 7 people sign up at the $100,000 level. And
okay, so I'm going to talk about something I don't talk about very often. There is it's called the United Negro Podcasters Fund. There is one beneficiary. It's me. Just kidding. Go ahead. You're of an age. You know what that's referencing. You know where that joke comes from.
That's funny. Yeah. That's so funny.
That's amazing. $2.5 million. Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was beside myself. It changed my entire life. I'll never forget. So fast forward a week. I'm in Chicago. I'd been working for Discovery as a freelancer. And Discovery, if you know, they have many arms, right?
Yeah.
So one of the arms they have is Discovery Education. And so I had a contact and I got in on Discovery Education, and that led me to go to South Africa, China, Italy, Greece. I mean, I'm like shooting on the Great Wall of China on this quad tank.
Wow.
And in South Africa, I'm on a safari in South Africa. I'm in Nelson Mandela's childhood home. And
What?
yeah, crazy
That's
cool stuff. I'm in the apartheid museum feeling like a white dumb fuck because I'm like, what's apartheid? Slept through the whole thing. Embarrassing. It's embarrassing, right? But I'm like, I can't. I mean, we have a host that's taking us around and he's telling these stories and I'm crying. I'm like,
Wow.
it was the first time. I mean, you know, I'm old enough that I should have known better. I'm just living life and trying to hustle at this point, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, Lisa calls me. I'm in Chicago. What'd you think? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I was like, oh, it was awesome. And she used this analogy that I still talk about sometimes. She said, there's a point in your life when you are on a trapeze. She's like, imagine how a trapeze works.
I actually literally did a trapeze lesson for my show one year. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. I did that with Lisa a year or two later. There's a trapeze school in San Diego, and we went to it. So much fun.
Awesome.
Anyway,
ours is in Sarasota. Go ahead.
It's so fun. Oh my
So
gosh,
fun.
what a fun, cool thing. So there's a point when you're doing trapeze, you're trapezing. The act
I
of.
think that sounds good to me. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, you're a trappeteer, let's say.
Trappeteer.
And I'm trying to get it. Your hand is extended for the next trapeze that's coming your way. But this hand has to let go.
Yes.
Such a great analogy of like, you got to bet on yourself.
Oh my gosh.
At some point, you got to let go of what's comfortable.
Right.
At some point, you've got to go, I'm going to roll the dice and put it on me. So she calls me the next week. What'd you think? Oh, it's amazing, blah, 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 blah. I think you should join. And I go, okay. And I was like, I was so scared, but it was the first time in my life that I just said yes.
Yes, it's the leap of faith, or in this analogy, the swing of faith.
Yeah, it's the leap of faith. It's all of those things. It's letting go of that one trapeze to grab the other. And I think every business owner, if you don't understand, you have to do that. If you're going to do it, you have to let go and you have to say yes. Yeah. And there are no guarantees. There is no more safety net. You just have to let go. And hopefully, when you let go, you are surrounding yourself with people who are a little bit further down the road than you. Yeah. And you are accepting of the fact that you're good at your skill set, but you don't know all these other things. You don't know how to hire, fire, manage, make money off staff. You don't know how all of the systems and policies and procedures should really be going. You don't know enough about marketing, but you know a little bit. You don't know enough about sales. You don't know about like, how do I get my physical office built up, or if I'm doing it at home, what are going to be my
hiring and firing, all that stuff.
Yeah, all those things.
All those things.
That every business has to do.
Yes. Right? The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Which brings us back to our live quarterly meeting. So again, if you're just joining us, we've got Arjan on the screen. He is on mute. He is meeting with his operations team and his programs team, director, the lead, whatever you want to call it. They're talking about, PLA, which is a professional law firm administrator, somebody that comes in and actually runs the law firm. You can think of them as the general manager of the law firm. They're going to be responsible for the staff, the numbers, all of those things. And that way, the way how to manage a small law firm is going to teach it is ultimately, we want to get you out of the law firm. Like ultimately, we want to show you can build this business and it can actually run without you. And that's when you get to a certain level, obviously, And we generally say about $1.5 million, anywhere from $1 million to $1.5 million a year, where you're going to need this role. It's a high level role. It's $150,000 a year salary kind of thing. It's not,
Right.
It's not
It's
Sally.
an investment. It's an investment.
Exactly. It's not Sally, who was the office manager, who is now going to be a great, controller of all things.
Right.
Yeah. And what, they're talking about is how a lot of, of these firm owners are going to get hung up about hiring that professional law firm administrator, because, it's going to ask them to do things that the firm owner hates to do. Right. Which is like, let go and delegate.
Yes.
And,
yes.
and it could be the numbers, right? It could be the organizational thing, but it's giving up control because, this is what you started. This was your business, right? But a good professional law firm administrator is going to love this stuff. They're going to know it, right?
Exactly.
They're going to understand, how to take these reins, etc. So I want to show.
Actually, before we show something, if you don't mind, I couldn't help myself while you were talking because you mentioned trapeze.
Yeah.
I actually brought up, it's super short, the video of me doing trapeze so people could see what it looks like to let go.
Yeah.
Want me to share it? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share it real quick. It's super short, but super fun.
I have mine somewhere, but yeah, I'd love to see it.
So let me see if I bring up the right
this
one. Here we
back
go.
To 2010 for me, so I don't know.
Oh goodness! Oh goodness! Okay, so you can see my video. Here we go.
Yeah. That's you, huh?
That's me.
Oh man, it's such a rush.
It is. Fun. Here we go.
Woo! Yep, this is exactly how I did it. Yep, you're supposed to flip over and let go, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Come on there, you got it. Good.
Here I go.
There she goes.
Here I go. And I gotta let go of this one.
Yay!
Yay! Now, the next lesson was the actual letting go. This was just can you actually hang by your knees?
The dismount.
And then the dismount, right?
Yeah. How do I get off of this thing?
This was the controlled dismount.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just gotta learn to let go, and I think I learned to let go right about. There we go.
That's exactly how I did it.
Yay, Jimmy!
Super awesome.
I couldn't help myself.
You know what? I bet they, because they have systems, I bet we went through the same exercises. There
Probably.
was like 3 things that we went to. And by the third one, you're basically letting go and catching another person.
That bar. Yeah, the other person. And you have to trust. There's so much trust involved. But it's also, it's all again about following the person who's been there and done that.
Yes. Which is why we're excited to be with these people for the next 60 days. It's like, there's going to be so many people that are figuring out, like, I didn't even know this existed. Like, somebody can teach me this. Somebody can show me this. I can come to a webinar and learn how to calendar strategically. Right. I can come to a webinar and learn some effective sales techniques. I mean, it's going to be great. All right. So we're talking about the live quarterly meeting. Again, if you're just joining us, Arjan on with his team, our operations team, our programs team, they're talking about our upcoming live quarterly meeting. We refer to it as an LQM. It happens 4 times a year. We're in various cities. We happen to be in January in New Orleans. Then we'll go to Dallas, then Orlando. Cannot remember the last city of the year, but we've got plenty of time to figure that out. We've been everywhere from San Antonio, Seattle. I mentioned Dallas, Atlanta, I believe. I traveled so much that I'm like trying to figure out. We were in Nashville over the summer.
Wow.
I love Nashville. It's a great city. Santa Barbara, and the idea, Phoenix might be where we're going to at the end of the year. The idea is that, really how to manage a small law firm is at its core a personal development company that focuses on attorneys, right? Any business owner could take the principles that we teach. And basically every time you see the word attorney, just swap it out for whatever you do. It's going to work.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not like, oh, you can only do this right now. Of course, there's some things that's like, hey, if you've got a legal assistant, they need to do this, right? So there's going to be some variances, but
it was the niche that was the focus of the time, but it doesn't mean that it applies to everybody.
It applies to anybody that's running a business is going to get value from this content for sure. So we have the live quarterly meetings. We always have a video producer, video team that are Dylan's on that team that are basically going around and shooting B-roll, which is just images that you're going to be using later for promo material.
Mm-hmm.
They're shooting interviews. They're getting bites from the stage, etc. So I'll start by showing one of our promos, the promo from last October of like, where am I at? And you'll get a sense of what happens at a live quarterly meeting. And then we'll come back and we'll get into some more specific content from one of these things. So here we go. Enjoy.
But now that we can get back together, I was so excited to finally return to the LQM.
Everybody should attend an LQM in person, just like nothing that I had ever experienced before.
So many people from all over the country, the world are here.
I mean, you've got this massive room full of very successful people. And by the way, they're all like really nice and they all want to help each other out.
From the top down, there's a no assholes policy. So everyone here is a good person.
Each one of the LQMs focuses on a different substantive matter of the business, dives deep, very, very deep.
It's usually one of the 7 main parts of the firm. It is designed to get you together 4 times a year to really focus on just one area of your practice and make it the best that it can be. And that's all the LQM is designed to do.
Frankly, the first time I thought about quarters was through HTM. I've never even thought about quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, or quarter 4. But now having gone through LQMs and having been a member for the last 2 years, that's exactly how I think.
And when the doors open, people are literally running through the doors, trying to get the best seats, trying to get up front to get the information.
Look for the people sitting kind of like in the middle, in the front like this, because they're going to be the ones typically with the multi-million-dollar law firms. I don't know if it's the people with the multi-million-dollar law firms run to the front and grab the seats in the front, or sitting in the front makes you have a multi-million-dollar law firm, but that's where you're going to find most.
2017, 2.5, 2018, 3.5, 2019, 3.5, 2020, 5, and we're going to close 7 million this year.
When people were coming up to the mic, they were saying the same things that were happening to their practice areas and their businesses all across the country.
One, you can't help but be impacted by people doing 90-day look-backs and say, wow, in the past month, we made more than we've ever made before.
Everybody's on the same road, Some people are further ahead, some people are further behind, but we're all on the same road. And
I learned things from people who are solos just starting out, just joining, and I've learned things from people who have $50 million law firms.
It was extremely important to me that anytime I come to an LQM now, that I find somebody with a new member tag and I talk to them.
Having worked with R. John Robbins and his team has been such a privilege in my life, especially in working with R. John. And when he's on stage, he makes sure that he leaves no person behind. And he likes to stick around and make sure that someone actually understands the concept that is being taught.
If you're able to listen and to take notes and to be able to implement these things when you get back to your firm, you will do really well.
And so you leave the LQM and you have this almost this binder of information that you can take back to your firm and you can implement.
Chances are, if you're listening to this video, you're probably already the shiny penny in your environment. Now imagine coming to an actual quarterly meeting when you're surrounded by other shiny pennies that not only give you ideas or give you guidance on how to run your own business, but that become your friends afterwards that you can refer to at any time in between meetings. And so now coming into the LQMs is like coming to a homecoming every 3 months.
When I leave the LQM, I am so energized because I've just been in a room of people with the same mindset that I have.
that all want to succeed, that are all succeeding. I am ready to transform my life. I'm ready to transform my firm, and I'm ready to transform the lives of our clients.
That was awesome. That, you know what, it reminded me a lot of
I'm wasted with this crazy.
I think your video's still playing. It's okay. It went on to something else. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the Podfest experience. You know, I'm in the Podfest family. Podfest is the main independent podcast conference, and when I go, it is like a reunion. And and there's sometimes there are conferences that you don't feel that way. There's not that general vibe, and then sometimes and it's rare to find one where there is. So to see that reflected for LQM is awesome. Like, I'm even more excited about going even than I was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to so many events in my career. I literally, I cannot remember them. I can't. There's no way. Like I said, you know, I shared earlier, the way we sold video in the past was by, you know, buying stage spots, going from stage to stage. There's obviously gurus in every industry. Lisa Sasevich, definitely one of them. How I didn't close the loop on that was I ended up being her video producer, her personal video producer, after I joined her program for the next 6.5 years. Like, I would go to her house.
Wow.
I would do the trapeze. I would when she went somewhere, if we thought it could be cool, I was flown in and I would shoot.
Wow.
It was great. It was a great experience because one thing, you just, you know, you're around another. I wouldn't have called myself an eagle at the time. You know, I'm a mockingbird at best, but I was around an eagle. I was watching this woman soar. She's on Inc. 500. I saw her 3 times a year. She would have an event, and I never saw an event produce less than $2 million. Never.
Wow. Wow.
And I saw that sassy mastermind go from in 2009 when she first started it, and I was at that first one, and there was maybe like 52 people or so, to 130, 140 members strong every time, right? And people just signing up again.
Wow.
And what she was able to do, and what we've been able to do, really what Arjan created years ago, which is, again, going back to respecting the audience, able to curate an audience that are raving fans.
Yeah.
Right?
And
fans.
in a community.
A community.
They call it, what do they say? Bubble mates, right? They call each other bubble mates.
The bubble. And it's like, we're going to go along with them because why wouldn't we? But they call it the bubble, and they are protective of the bubble.
Yeah.
Like when they say no assholes policy, if somebody comes in, we will literally get emails. I'm not going to name names, but this happened recently. And somebody was like, hey, I got to red flag this person. I don't know how they slipped through the cracks, because right now we're on a by referral only. And then right before we went to that, but basically this member was like, I have some red flags. And eventually that new member was like told, hey, we're going to pass. We don't need your money.
Yeah. No, because they're going to
toxicity come into this bubble, right? Again, they have named themselves that, and we respect it. And Arjan respects it, of course.
And that bubble is like a stage, right? Essentially, because if
a
whoever's
stage,
invited
of
onto it,
course.
if they're not contributing to the brand, and if they're taking away from it, then it's going to
Of
cause other members of the stage to go away. Yeah.
Of course. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to step off. Jimmy, you can pause, comment, make on. Dylan is going to be with you. We're going to be back around 2 to do this video shoot with Arjan. Again, you're going to see behind the scenes. Be totally transparent. I know the premise of the video. I know the objective of the video, and that objective is to show this other group that Arjan has a talk, and it's going to be fine, right? But what I would like to show is, because we're just seeing that LQM, there's going to be a clip that I want to show from that particular LQM where he's talking about the automatic referral machine. And remember, I had told you about the little steam engines, right?
Yeah.
And it's the whole idea, right, that you need to set it up like it's a machine, right? And so this is a little over an hour and 20 minutes. I'm going to get it queued up.
This is the one on doubling your income, right?
This is going to seem simple. So if you're sitting here watching and you're like, I don't need to know about this, you do.
You do. No, just like you do.
You do. Because when you talk about building a referral machine, it doesn't require a lot of tech. It gets simple. And this is going to be literally a lesson on thank you notes, right? On how important it is to write thank you notes. So I'm going to share my screen, and you feel free to chime in and make, comments along the way. And I will definitely see you guys later. Dylan, I know you're backstage. If you want to come in, I'm just going to leave this. I'm just going to leave my machine running.
Actually,
So
if you don't mind, I have the link. I'll queue it up and share my screen. That way, if I do want to pause it, I can pause it and that kind of a thing.
See, this is why you're the pro. All right. Thank you, everyone.
No problem.
I'll go ahead and remove myself, and I'll be back later.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. It's been awesome hanging out with Jimbo and to watch Arjan continue to be in action as he preps for the LQM. So I'm excited to go ahead and play this video for you. We're going to go ahead and cue it up for you right now. And it is about handwritten thank you notes, like you were saying, and how important and impactful that can be for your bottom line, for your sales, for your referrals. You're trying to build a business. You really have to make it personal. You really do. And there are ways to do that and create a system around it. So I'm really excited to see what impacts that are going to be shared as we talk about writing handwritten thank you notes. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and share this video with you all. Enjoy.
All right, raise your hand if your firm's revenues are less than $500,000. Raise your hand if your firm's revenues are less than $500,000. All right. Stand up if your revenues are less than $500,000. Stand up. Look around you. Look how few people are standing up with revenues less than $500,000. You know why there are so few people standing up with revenues less than $500,000? Someone with revenues less than $500,000, tell me why you think there are so few people standing up with revenues of less than $500,000. No, because they're not back in the fucking room. You starting to see the correlation? You can all sit down now. I want you to be proud of yourself, right? Because you're here, and I guess they're out looking at the lake. Like that's going to give them the answer for how to double the revenues of their firm. I'm serious. You have to show up. You have to show up. You have to get it done. Everyone with revenues over $1 million, would you just give me an amen, but only if you really agree with this? And if you really agree with this, the more you agree with this, the more rowdy I want your amen to be. You all understand what I'm saying? You haven't heard what I said yet. The hardest part of building $1 million law firm is just fucking doing it. Amen. There's no big secrets. Amen. To the extent that there's any secrets you need to know, we already are going to tell you what to do. Amen. And if you'll just do it, it works because it works and it works. Amen. All right.
So now, look around and you see the reason that most law firm owners don't have a $500,000 firm, don't have $1 million firm, the reason that their firms don't grow by more than like the industry average. You know how much the average small law firm in this country grows? For anyone who hasn't heard me say this 100 times before, please don't answer. For everyone else, the average small law firm in this country grows at 5% per year. That's pathetic. That's really, truly sad and pathetic. I mean that sincerely. Like, that's sad and pathetic from a human suffering standpoint. That's sad and pathetic from all the clients whose lives aren't being helped standpoint. That's sad and pathetic from the lessons they're teaching their children about what you should tolerate and put up with instead of just building the life you want to live standpoint. From every state, every way you can think about it, it's just sad. We don't have all our FTC data all assembled yet. We're working on that. But I can tell you anecdotally, in an FTC compliant, non-whatever kind of way, who does FTC work? Anyone? All right, in an FTC compliant, anecdotal way, I'll just say, good luck finding anyone in this room who's been working with us for more than a couple of years whose firm isn't growing at least 20, 30, 40% year on year on year. And it's not because we teach you some magical thing. We just help you get it done. And to get it done, you have to show up. All right. Now, I'm going to summarize the main points for the automatic referral machine that we've been teaching you how to build. And then after I summarize these main points, I've asked a whole group of people with a firm that's grossing more than $1.5 million a year. I'm going to ask them to just let you know where their firm was a few years ago, where their firm is right now, and whether they think that if you will just do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, you can in fact double the revenues of your $200,000 firm, or double the revenues of your $300,000 firm, or double the revenues of even your $500,000 firm in about 12 to 18 months. And you can hear it from them, because I'm really afraid that you're going to walk out of here and not do it because you just keep hearing it from me. All right? So here it is. 3 things to do. 1, engineering a referral client appreciation conversation systematically into every case closing. At the end of every case, at the end of every matter, when you reach that milestone point, to say to the client, now that you've reached this milestone point in your life, because you've gotten divorced, because you've gotten your final discharge, because you've finally filed your patent, even if it hasn't been approved yet, but now you can share it with the world, in other words. Now that you've gotten your settlement check, now that you've got your estate plan done, now that you've got exonerated from your criminal defense charges, whatever. Now that we've reached this milestone point in your life, we'd like to talk to you about all the things that we know from experience people go through, and the challenges they face, and the opportunities that they are trying to encounter, that they're trying to take advantage of, because we know better than you, because this is your first divorce, this is your first criminal defense, this is your first bankruptcy, this is your first immigration, this is your first estate plan, this is your first time buying or selling a business, this is your first time you filed a patent, whatever. This is the first time you've done it, and we are professionals, and so we know better. And so rather than letting you grope blindly into the future, we're going to guide you through this process because we give a shit about you, and engineer that into every single case or matter closing. Point number 1 of your automatic referral machine. Point number 2, connecting people who should know each other. Connecting people who should know each other, organizing a monthly standing lunch. Could it be a breakfast? Yes, it could be a breakfast. Could it be a lunch, dinner? Yes, it could be a dinner. Does it have to be at the Ritz-Carlton? No, it does not. Could it be at the Denny's? I would recommend you don't do it at the Denny's. All right? Find a restaurant you like, and you have someone from your office, because I know you won't do it. Call the people who you want to refer business to you. Call the people who you think could and should refer business to each other. And you say to them, I'd like to invite you to a lunch because I want to introduce you to some people who I think you should know. These are people who I think you might be able to do business with. These are people just in our local business community who I think you should know, and I'd like to introduce you to them. Would you join me for lunch? Look for a formal invitation in the mail, or go and RSVP right now and join me for the lunch. And then you contact the owner of the restaurant, you contact the manager of the restaurant, and you say, I'd like to have a standing appointment at your restaurant every month with a table, and I want to have your best server, and I want to prepay, and I want to pre-tip, and I want to come down there and have you treat me and my guests really well. And at the end of the meal, I want you to give everyone a gift certificate for your restaurant for $25, $50, whatever, and I'm going to pay for it, so that not only will they have a great experience with me, but then they'll come back to your restaurant again. And then you play the connector, and you bring everyone to that meal, and you just introduce each other and show them how they could or should be doing business together, or why it would be good for them to know each other. Make sense? All right. We'll talk about nationwide firms later. Start off just locally. You are in New York City. You got plenty of people you can bring together in the city. All right. Point number 3 is writing thank you notes. Did you receive my thank you note for being here? Yes. Who received the thank you note? Hold it up. Show the note. Show the note. Did it look like that? Look at how many notes there are. Look at how many notes there are. It's not computer generated. It was written with a pen on a piece of paper. Were you holding it in your hand? Could you not tell that's real ink on a piece of paper? All right, play the video.
So, as you can probably figure out, that handwritten note you got from me, I didn't write it with my hand. It was written by a robot. And you probably thought it was written by hand because it was practically illegible in my trademark 5-year-old handwriting. But look, you know you should be writing handwritten notes. We all know we should be writing handwritten notes. The rate-making Rolodex is a proven moneymaker. Writing handwritten thank you notes, top-of-mind awareness notes. It's been working for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years to generate referrals, maintain top-of-mind awareness. Plus, it's just a nice thing to do. But look, despite our best efforts, we just never get around to doing it. So how to manage, we've created a solution for you where we will make sure your handwritten notes get written to your referral sources every month, to your clients every month, so that your automatic referral machine starts working for you.
All right, Is anyone here generating consistently $5,000 an hour with anything you do? I mean, I do. Some of you are, right? Your revenues are under $250,000. Write thank you notes, all right? You should never get off of an airplane. You should never check out of a hotel. You should never leave a meeting. You should never go through a day without finding someone to write a thank you note to, or to write a congratulatory note about to their supervisor. Yeah? You have a good experience at a restaurant. Dear owner of the restaurant, I want to let you know that I had lunch at your restaurant yesterday, last week, whatever, and Joe was my server. I know you probably only get people who write when they have problems, but I want to let you know I had a great experience. Joe treated us great, and I'll be proud to bring clients back to your restaurant. How do you think you're going to get treated the next time you go to that restaurant? Like royalty. And you don't conclude it with, and by the way, I do immigration law, and if I could ever be of service to you. Don't do that. Don't be an amateur, right? Is this obvious? I mean, you get how this works? Yes? No? Has anyone never heard this idea before? None of your mothers ever taught you to write thank you notes? You all know this, right? Why don't you have those conversations with the prospective clients after every case? Because it's a big pain in the ass to do it, because everyone's busy, and you got to find someone on your staff to do it. Why don't you have the lunches? Because it's a big pain in the ass to do, and you got no one to organize it. Why don't you write the thank you notes? Because it's a big pain in the ass to do, and maybe you're shy. So everyone whose revenues are less than $500,000, pay attention, all right? Because your big excuse for why you don't do this stuff is what? You don't have the time, and you don't have the money, and blah, 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 blah. All right, so let's start off with Tom. Tom, if they have a firm that's under $500,000 and they just do these three things, and these three things only, how much money are you spending on pay per click, everyone? Stop spending the money on pay per click. How much money are you spending on advertising? Stop. If they just did this, what do you think would happen to their $250,000 or $500,000 firm?
They'd become $500 or $1 million.
All right. What will be your opinion?
Yeah, same.
Oh, I'm sorry. You forgot to say, where were your revenues before? Where are your revenues now? Because you need to establish your credibility with everyone who's got a firm of less than $500,000, please.
Sure. We do divorce law, and we were at 3.2, and this year we're doing 6.5.
Where was your firm like 5 years ago?
Would it be 2017? Like 1.6.
All right. So 1.6, and this year your firm will gross
6.5.
$6.5 million.
Yes.
And you're telling everyone with a $500,000 firm, a $250,000 firm who doesn't have a giant marketing budget, that if they'll just do these three things, you think they could probably double their business.
Absolutely.
All right, next. Where was your firm before? Where's your firm now? And what do you say to everyone who's got... By the way, you notice how long the line is? It's because I have to abuse this fucking point so you do it. I have to just abuse the point into you so you just fucking do it and stop making all these excuses for not doing it. Because it doesn't cost any money. Just do it.
I'm Eric Toscano, Tenant Law Group, San Francisco. I joined How to Manage in 2016. In our first year, we did 265. And this year, we're going to do 2.5
million.
Yes.
2.5 million.
2.5 million.
And your advice to everyone who's got how much was your firm when you engaged our services?
Well, it was new, but that first year I did $265.
$265,000. What is your advice to everyone who has a $265,000 firm with regard to this simple, low cost, no cost, low tech, no tech, automatic referral machine plan?
Do it.
Because
it works.
All right, Francisco.
Francisco Estate Planning in Chandler, and this year we'll do $2 million. We started in 2015 with How to Manage, and we did well, the year before 2015, before we started, we did 300,000. And this is the marketing I wish I would have done at 300,000.
Thank you. Holly.
When I joined How to Manage in 2017, I was doing about 250. This year, we're going to do about 3.4-ish. And I basically built my firm to about $1.5 million by writing thank you notes. I don't know how anyone could forget my presentation for the best thing I did for my law firm in 2018. But if you have forgotten how amazing that was, go look at it. It was all about writing thank you notes. I didn't spend $1 on anything marketing until about $1.5 million.
Thank you.
My name is McDaniel Reynolds with Reynolds Defense Firm in Portland, Oregon. We represent good people facing DUI charges, and I first met Arjan in 2012. Our revenue was about $400,000 then. I used much of what he's saying between 400 and 800,000 over the next 2 or 3 years, 2016 or so, 2014. We're now we'll be 2.5 this year. So.
And your advice to everyone whose revenues are, let's just call it $400,000?
Just fucking do it, right? Reach out to the people who care enough to talk to you, right? Talk them up, get to know them, invite them to coffee, even if you don't do a big formal dinner, but invite them to something, get them one-on-one time, get to know who they are, and then nurture that relationship without question.
Awesome. Carrie.
Carrie Schultz, Mr. Men's Rights, Divorce and Family Law. Let us be the bitch that handles yours. That happened over a margarita. So, okay, so when I joined How to Manage, actually, as I said, it was on the heels of this referral workshop. So I implemented, I walked into How to Manage by year's end at 662, and we are tracking to do 2.1, 2.2. I'm trying to squeeze it out. So.
And your advice to everyone whose revenues are 200, 300, 400,000, even 100,000, even 50,000, even just getting started with no budget?
Yeah, super easy. The connector part is gold. Gold.
All right. Thank you. Sharon? Oh, Francisco?
I had to cut back because I realized what I really needed to hear back when I was a $300,000 firm or a $500,000 firm was to not waste my money on big marketing campaigns.
Thank you.
This is the marketing I should have put my time into.
Thank you, Francisco. Sharon Ramage, McKinney, Texas, family law. And I joined in 2015 and I was at about 600,000. And we're tracking 1.9 to 2 million this year. And I would say to everyone, just do it, especially if you're starting out, because it doesn't cost you anything and you will see quick results.
Thank you. John.
John Risby, the patent professor. In 2017, we did 1.8 million. This year, we're going to do 7. Only about 20% of my business comes from within the state of Florida. I'm in South Florida, but I'm definitely going to do this because even the 20%, if it goes up, especially most of the work's done by staff. So if I'm going to do it and only 20% of my work comes from the local business community, like if you have 100% of your work locally, absolutely do it.
Hi, David Purvis with the Manili firm. We do all family law all around Georgia and all around the world. We joined in July of 2019. We did 2.4 million that year. We did 3.6 last year, so 50% increase, and they were on track for 5.2 this year, so about 45% increase.
And what's your advice to everyone who's got a small firm, $100,000, $200,000, $500,000, and they're maybe spending $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month on PPC and all kinds of fancy schmancy stuff, and meanwhile, here's a marketing blueprint that they could do with low tech, no tech, low cost, no cost?
The most important thing I do are handwritten personal thank you notes to everybody who sends a potential client my way, hands down.
Awesome.
And do the work, including the SKU calculator, as much of a pain in the ass as that is.
Okay.
Just do it.
Good.
Hey, so I'm going to pause the the video there for just a moment. And I want to share something because this idea of writing thank you cards, it's interesting how much sometimes old ideas are really where it's at. There's a reason why certain adages, certain phrases, certain traditions, they last a long time. Sometimes just because we're creatures of habit, right? Sometimes though, it's because there's nothing better than being old school. And in the last couple of years with the pandemic and everything else, a lot of people have adopted to what would have been a normal phone call meeting. Now everyone's doing it on Zoom. And we got a little bit of Zoom fatigue. And now people are going towards watching making regular phone calls again, which is great. But so circling back to this idea of thank you notes, there's something that is just so genuine when you receive, again, put yourself into the shoes of whoever is on the other side of it. If you've ever received a thank you card, a thank you note from somebody, how did that make you feel? And did it make you feel important? Did it make you feel seen? Did it make you feel recognized? Did it make you feel wanted, appreciated? That's the same exact emotion that you want to emote from your person at the other end. And that is the value of the thank you note. It's interesting. Actually, I think I have them right here. I sure do. Just recently, actually, I went out and purchased some thank you cards and put them to good use. Now, I just put them in the mail the other day. I doubt any of them have been received, but these are actually thank you cards that I did for my team, my staff. Because whether it's talking about your staff and them doing a really good job in that way, that all of that contributing to company growth, or you're talking about, like as is present of mind for this conversation here in the video, you're talking more about the impact it can make on future referrals and having future clients. So the relationship with your clients. There's something about writing these dang on thank you notes that is so important. Even me just taking the time, for my own mental process of taking the time to be thoughtful, to think about what made each of one of them stand out and really personalizing it. That for me makes me a more conscientious leader. So whether in terms of thank you notes to your team or thank you notes to your clients or potential clients, partners, whomever they are, thank you notes really can go a long way to making big impacts on your business. So I'm going to return to the video. So, because honestly, you don't need to hear any more from me. It's all basic stuff. So here's the video again.
All right.
Hi, I'm Tom Spiegel with the Spiegel Law Firm in Arlington, Virginia. We do plaintiff side employment. I started with HTM in 2017. I was right around 700,000. We will close out this year at around 3.2 million. My advice is to do not do what I did. Don't screw around early on with funnels and pay-per-click and Infusionsoft. Get Bob Berg's book, Endless Referrals, and use the principles here. Just do half of it. I could have cut the time it took me to get where I am now in half easily.
Excellent.
Mickey Keenan, personal injury attorney, Tampa, Florida. We help accident victims get the money they deserve so they can get back to living. I joined How to Manage 2019, making about $1 million a year. This year, we're going to gross about 3.5. I spend $0 on pay-per-click. I do have a website, but I spend no money on advertising. I just do this. It's a system. It works. It works for everybody. All I got to do is do it.
Thank you. Josh.
Josh Nelson from Nelson Elder Care Law. We're in the northwest suburbs of Atlanta, and we help protect your loved ones. Started in 2017. Actually, went to the referral workshop that Kerry went to, didn't sign up, didn't grow my business. Came back in 2017, sub 600, and we'll do over 4.3 this year, which is pretty big jump. But I have an excuse that he hasn't mentioned yet, which is my handwriting is illegible. I haven't seen you go after that one. And so my trick, what got me to where I'm going, is I hired somebody that writes those notes and signs my name, and it works. It's a $40,000 a year person. They take care of this. If you can hire away these things, that's like the best use of your time. Whenever I look at my work week now, Even if I had better handwriting, I wouldn't take this back on.
Who is this? Is this $40,000 person like a family member, a friend, someone you care personally about, like in a like a personal way?
No.
Because maybe we need to play this video again.
You didn't offer this back in 2017.
Well, now we do.
There we go.
All right.
I want the machine. I can do all my stuff like this.
And you know the coolest thing about it is, so listen, there's actually two ways you can get this service. One is I could just refer you directly to the company that does it, and they'll set you up with an app, and you literally just type out on the app, and then the computer hand writes everything, addresses it, and then a human being takes it off the printer, folds it up, puts a real stamp on it, drops it in the mail, off it goes. The service that we're providing is we will actually call you once a month and literally force you to give us people who we can write notes to for you. Like, we'll basically go through your calendar with you once a month and say, okay, are you on the 10 notes a month plan, on the 7-month note plan, or on the 3 notes a month plan? And we'll say, okay, let's go through your calendar and find 10 people that we can write a note to. And we'll basically just interview you and extract it from you. And we'll clickety click, 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 type it into the app for you. And then this company will mail it out for you. And they literally, the software learns your handwriting. And then they have artists who like basically take your handwriting samples and teach the software your handwriting. Now, the reason why you got handwritten notes here instead of in the mail is because I now have the record. This company sends out 150,000 notes a month. And I now have the record of the worst handwriting they've ever seen. And it took a team of their artists, not just one, 3 weeks instead of 1 week to teach the computer my handwriting.
Do they have a handwriting optimization option? Is it like a filter for my handwriting to make it better?
I wanted it to look like my real handwriting, but if you wanted to have someone else's handwriting, that's even easier. It doesn't have to be like your handwriting. I wanted it to be my handwriting because I wanted to be able to prove to you guys that this is like real and authentic.
My heart sunk whenever I found out you weren't slaving away on these.
Oh, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. All right, cool. Thank you. April.
Hi, Arjan. So April Jones, Colorado Family Law. We help breaking families divide money, property, and children, and we're really good at it. So I started in January 2019. Prior to that, our firm tended to grow 7-something, 799, 701, 750, and hadn't broken the $1 million barrier ever, which is part of why I signed up. And so 2019, first year 2020 was 1.4. Second year was 2.4. This year should be 3.7, but we're on a 5 million plus run rate.
Where's John Risby? Where's John Risby? There he is. John Risby. Wait, April. John Risby. April. What was your first year?
1.4.
John Risby.
1.8.
April, second year.
2.4.
John Risby.
2.5.
April, third year.
3.7.
John Risby.
3.5.
6 next year.
John.
So, well, 5 and then 7 this year.
She's catching up on you. Guys, these milestones of growth are very predictable. 0 to 250, boom. 250 to 500, boom. 500 to $1.5 million, boom. $1.5 million to around 3 million, boom. 3 million to about 5 million, boom. It's very predictable how your law firms are going to grow if you run them the right way. All right, April, wait, your advice to everyone with a revenue run rate of 100,000, 200, 300, 400, 500,000-ish about just implement this super simple, low cost, no cost, low tech, no tech automatic referral marketing blueprint.
Build your business with referrals. Do it low cost, no cost. I built my business originally with referrals, which I kind of forgot about until you started talking today. Because you kind of get away from it because you grow and you don't feel like you need it as much, and you've got, all this electronic stuff. But the bread and butter, the hand over fist is referrals. So we're definitely going to be doing this program because I need to get, level over level. And so some free referrals would be very nice.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope Spangler, Jarvis Law Office. We do elder law in Ohio. We joined in October 2018. We were at 2.1 million. We'll do 3 on a run rate for about 3.5. Our advice is, yes, pay attention to referrals and your current client base. Every year, about 35% of our revenue comes from client referrals, and another good 20% or more from professional referrals. We're horrible at thank you notes, Tim and I, but our staff write them. We also do random acts of kindness, which are modest but unique gifts based on very specific information that the clients or referral sources have shared with us. So it's very personal to them.
Excellent. Elritha.
Hi, I'm Elritha Coleman. I own Atlanta Family Law Group in Atlanta, Georgia, and Property Claims Litigation Group, also in Atlanta.
Two separate law firms, for those of you who are keeping track. 2 completely separate firms, 2 different brands, 2 different P&Ls.
I joined the program in July of 2016. Our prior year's revenues to that were $280,000. This year we'll land somewhere between 2.4, 2.5. One of the first workshops that I did was the referral workshop in Vegas with Arjan, where I brought 4 potential members. You had to earn your way in. You had to pay a deposit, and then you had to get at least, I think, 2 or 3 other potential members to also get to Vegas. Very short turnaround. Just to show how far removed I am from that person, I flew Spirit to Vegas to get there.
From Atlanta.
So yeah, but the exercise of getting those people in that room really put me on a platform of influence in a lot of the lawyer Facebook groups. I met a tremendous amount of attorneys from all across the country. I not only got people in that room, but I also, to the following LQM, got 5 additional people to Discovery Day. 3 of those 5 people I had never met in person. In this room today, Brittany Holmes is a new member. Rosalind Johnson is a new member. I met Rosalind for the first time maybe 2 weeks ago in person. Brittany, I met in person for the first time. What day is it? Saturday? Friday. I get referrals from all over the country of people I've never laid personal eyes on because of what I learned in getting the people into the room at that referral workshop.
Jeff?
Hey, I'm Jeff Hodson. I'm the owner of Family First Firm in Central Florida. We are an elder law firm. I joined How to Manage in, let's see, it was 2019. And in 2018, we had done, let me see here, about 1.7. This year, we're going to do a little over 4 million, and we spend absolutely nothing electronically. So, no Facebook, no pay-per-click, none of that. So we're doing about 4 million on basically referrals and then having to Google my business page. That's about it.
Excellent. Eric, up for a second round?
Q&A.
I'm sorry?
I'm up for Q&A.
Okay. Before that, is there any? Okay, before we get to Q&A, I just want to. What's that? Go.
I'm Marie Drake, owner of the Drake Law Firm. We specialize in no bullshit divorces. And after I took the Bob Berg seminar in March of 2020, I went back to Denver and I started, I'd been intermittently writing handwritten thank you notes my whole career, but I just started writing them every week. I set aside time on Fridays. I just spend 30 minutes. I'm a photographer, so I had my VA make some nice cards, put the logo on the back, started sending them out every single week to someone. Sometimes it was one, sometimes it was 10. And it was always, always, always to someone who referred a case, but I also sent them to clients just to say, hang in there. We're closing in on the last stretch. I know this trial prep is hard, but we're thinking about you and we're all on the same team. And guess what? I got more calls from lawyers and clients saying thank you because they had never in their whole fucking life received a handwritten thank you note. Never. It was so weird. Anyway, but just do it. Just set aside, like, it takes no time. And my firm numbers I talked about on this morning, like, it's proof in the pudding.
Thank you. All right. You have something to add?
Yep. Brett Harrison, Long Island, New York. I joined in January 2020. I was about 1.1, and now I'm at 1.9 already this year. And I'm already up, I think, 83%. And part of that, I think, was being able to commit and listening to the Friday and a lot of time the Wednesdays when you guys do different talks and different questionnaires, whether it be Arjan or his staff. You might not always talk and you want to talk, but somebody a lot of times will ask a question and you learn a lot from it. And I think I'd even be higher, doing maybe 20% more, if not 30%, had I started to do more of these thank you notes, because so much of my business comes from referral sources. So I'm projecting out in 3 years to be about 6.2.
All right. Now I'd like to invite everyone whose revenues are under $250,000 to stand up. Revenues under $250,000 to stand up. Don't be shy. And then at your option, you can go to the microphone and share your excuse for why you can't do this. No takers? No? You got one? Oh.
So my excuse is actually very simple. I think I can't do it.
I don't know. Is that an excuse? Does that technically qualify as an excuse? Hold on. Wait. That might be a reason.
I have other reasons. I have a list if you want, but
hold on.
I think it sums down to that.
Dictionary.com. Excuse. To serve as an apology or justification for, to release from an obligation or duty. Okay, that's an excuse. It's a sad and pathetic one, but it's an excuse. So
I know,
So let's talk this through.
Okay.
So there's three things that are really, there's three fundamental pieces of this automatic referral machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
One is having a conversation with all of your clients at the end of their case or matter to demonstrate to them that you care and let them know what to expect to come next, because it's their first time opening a business, closing a business, buying a business, starting a business, reaching a certain milestone in a business, but you presumably have seen this happen many, many, many times before. That's why you're the professional. What part of that do you think you can't do?
Okay, let me rethink that then. Or I'm sorry, to rephrase. I have tried many things and I have failed. So it's not that I think I can't physically do it, but when I try, fail, why bother? I put in effort, I don't see results. So I guess I say when I think I can't do it, not so much I can't do the actual work, but I won't see the results.
So you basically are telling all of these people with $1 million firms that they're all a bunch of idiots.
No.
And I'm an idiot too, because we're all telling you this works.
No,
but
I
it
think
won't-
I'm the exception to.
Oh, you're a special snowflake.
I'm the
You're a
idiot.
special snowflake.
I'm the idiot.
You're a special snowflake. Why will it work for everyone else, but it won't work for you?
I don't have a good answer except I
Except
know
what?
it's mindset issues.
Except you're special?
Not in a good way. Yes, but I'm especially I don't know. I'm just good at being a failure.
Because what?
I'm just good at failing.
What are you talking about? No, she just told you she's good at failing. What are your revenues going to be this year?
I don't want to say, but it's
Sorry?
less than 250.
And how long have you been at it for?
It's complicated, but let's say 3 years.
What's complicated about it?
I had kids, so I can't say honestly that I worked in my
you're-
firm.
Wait. So you weren't working full time?
Right.
Okay,
So,
so you
yeah.
weren't working full time. So for 3 years, you weren't working full time, and you built a firm to $250,000.
Like 120. Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to make a guess. I'm going to make a guess that you're very comfortable in the role of the ne'er-do-well underdog in your family.
I'm not sure I understand. Can you rephrase?
If you were to show up with $1 million business, excuse me, if you were to show up with $1 million business, let's say 24 months from now, it would disrupt a bunch of relationships that you have with friends and family.
No. It would not. Do you want me to explain why?
It would disrupt the nature of the relationships you have with friends and family.
No, I come from an affluent community with a lot of very successful professionals.
That's got nothing to do with anything.
Maybe I'm not understanding, but it's not unusual, I guess. It wouldn't be seen as, I don't think so. Not with my family, at least.
Didn't say that it was unusual for people in your community or in your family to be very successful. I am saying that you don't play that role in your relationships.
Okay.
I mean, I'm telling you this. It's
Sure.
very obvious. It's
Okay.
like I can tell you you're wearing a dark jacket or a dark blouse. You're wearing something on your head. You're standing at a microphone. You're standing in Seattle. The relationships you have with your friends and family are such that you play this role and they accept you in this role.
Okay, I see now. Like I'm the helper. If that makes sense?
If that's the version of the role, sure.
Sure.
But the role that you're in is the role you play in the relationships with your friends and family. They accept you in that role.
Okay.
And you are comfortable being in that role because that's the role you are familiar with.
Okay.
And were you to show up with $1 million business and a $250,000 personal income, and you were living in $1 million house, excuse me, a $750,000 house. Wait, you're this, okay. And you were to be living in a $1 million house and driving the car of your choice and having domestic servants and flying first class and not doing your own laundry and not scrubbing your own toilets and not eating at, Denny's, to celebrate and whatever. And you suddenly showed up as that version of yourself, that would disrupt the relationships you have because you wouldn't be playing the agreed role in your family and in those relationships.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not really, I'm having a hard time conceptualizing.
right.
Yeah.
Your friends and your family accept you in the role of the broke loser.
I don't think so.
You just
No.
told me so.
No.
The words just came out of your mouth.
That's me. That's how I feel. But
Your friends and your family accept you in this role. They accept you as the person who drives the car that you drive, making less than $120,000 a year gross revenue.
Mhm.
They accept you in the role of the person who lives in the house you live in, making less than $120,000 a year gross revenue. They accept you as the person wearing the clothes that you wear with a law firm grossing less than $120,000 gross revenue. They accept you as the person who says you can't do the things you say you can't do because your revenues are less than $120,000 gross revenue. They accept you as the person who does the things you say you have to do because your revenues are only grossing less than $120,000 gross revenue. They accept you as the person who makes the choices you make. They accept the choices you make. They accept the decisions you make that you make, and they support you in these choices and they support you in these decisions as the person who's making the decisions from the place of a person whose business is grossing less than $120,000 a year. True statement? I know it's a true statement. It's not a
Okay.
question. It's
Okay.
obviously,
Yeah.
listen, we're not having an argument.
Sure.
It's obviously a true statement. You know how
Okay.
we know it's a true statement?
Mhm.
Because that's where you're coming from with all of your choices and all of your decisions, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes? And your friends still are friends with you.
Okay. I misunderstood when you said accept.
And your family
Okay.
still, speaks to you.
Right.
All
Okay.
right? If you started using illicit drugs, would some of your friends intervene and tell you, hey, you got to get your shit together? You got to stop using drugs?
Yes.
If you started drinking and carousing and doing drugs and staying out late at night and doing all those kinds of things, would your friends and family lay down the law and say, this is not acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. And if you said, I'm going to do it anyway, would they continue to be your friends and hang out with you? Would they continue to support you? Or they eventually distance themselves from you because you're not behaving in a way that's acceptable in their fabric of society?
Probably distance. Well, depends on who, but I guess most of my friends would probably distance themselves.
All of your friends would distance themselves, and all of your family would too. They would either demand that you shape up and live within the norms of your group,
Mhm.
or they would eject you from the group. That's how social groups work. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so when you tell me that your revenues are under $120,000 a year, I know you're making decisions based on, I only have $120,000 a year in revenue. I know you're making excuses about what you'd like to be doing, but you can't be doing because I only have $120,000 a year in revenue. I know you're saying I have to do these things that I have to do because I only have $120,000 in revenue. And I know you're saying I can't do the things that I want to do because I only have $120,000 in revenue, right?
Right.
And they accept all these explanations. True?
Yes.
Because if they didn't accept these explanations, they would either demand that you get your shit together and raise your revenues, or they would eject you from the group.
Yes.
They would leave you behind. Not because they don't love you, but they would just not accept you in the group anymore.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
There's a range of behavior that's acceptable within every social group. And you have a role in your social group as the person who lives this way. And everyone accepts you as the person who lives this way, as evidenced by the fact that you're still friends with your friends and hanging out with your family and doing all that kind of stuff. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm not telling you anything that isn't obvious. These are just how it is.
Okay.
And now you're going to show up, and all of a sudden, you're no longer the person who can't do the things that you can't do because your revenues are only $120,000 a year. And you're no longer the person who has to do the things you have to do because your revenues are only $120,000 a year. And you're no longer the person living in the house you're living in because your revenues are only $120,000 a year. And you're no longer the person eating the food, dressing the clothes, driving the car, with the whatever, based on that level of revenue. You now show up as a person with $1 million in revenue, which now means you're no longer willing to do the things you used to be willing to do. You're no longer willing to forego doing the things that you used to be willing to forego doing. You're no longer willing to drive the car. You're no longer willing to scrub the toilet. You're no longer eat at the restaurant. You're no longer willing to wear the clothes. You're no longer willing to put up with the shit you used to be willing to put up with that everyone in your friends and family accepts that you put up with.
Okay.
You get that?
Yes.
Do you have children?
3, yes.
Okay. Imagine what would happen if you showed up to your next get together with your friends or family. And I'm not saying this to be funny, so don't laugh. I'm completely serious about this. And I'm not trying to scare you. So just imagine this. Imagine you showed up at your next family friend get together and they say, hey, how are your 3 children? And you say, I don't have 3 children. What do you mean you don't have 3 children? I only have 2 children. How is this going to go over?
I think people would think I'm nuts.
Okay. Well, then let's go the other direction. I don't have 3 children. I have 4 children.
That I've been lying to them. Like hiding a kid, I guess.
I just had a child last week.
Okay.
What are your friends and your family and everyone going to say?
Oh, they congratulate me.
What?
I think they congratulate me. Maybe I'm
Yeah, that's the first thing they're going to say.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question. Like they didn't know I was pregnant.
Where the hell did this kid come from? You've been pregnant for 9 months and you never mentioned it to anyone?
Okay.
That's what they're going to say, right? Yes. I'm trying to help you appreciate what I started the day talking about. And by the way, I want to congratulate you for having the courage to talk about this. And I'm going to ask everyone in the room who I've had basically materially the exact same conversation with to please stand up.
Thank you.
And I promise you, there's a lot more people I've had the same conversation with. They just don't recognize it was the same conversation. All right? The reason that the people who have a $100,000 firm have a $100,000 firm and not a $200,000 firm is because their identity is all wrapped up together with being the owner of a $100,000 firm. And the reason why the people with a $200,000 firm have a $200,000 firm is because their identity is all connected up with being the owner of a $200,000 firm. And the reason why the people with a $500,000 firm, you see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
Where's the flip chart? Viviana, bring me the flip chart, please. Right there. I need someone with a calculator. Just bring the chart and then the markers. Give me the chart, go back to the markers. Thank you. Thanks. Where do you need it? That's good? All right. So, firm A will be in black. Firm A will be in blue. Firm B will be in red. There is no significance to these color choices. Got it? I've chosen these colors because I think they will stand out best on the camera given the lighting conditions of the room. There's no hidden messages. It's just colors, all right? Room full of lawyers. What does the color mean? It means nothing. All right. Sorry? $100,000. $100,000. Year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll just go to year 8 because I ran out of paper. Okay? $100,000 firm grows at 5% per year. So $100,000 times 1.05. $105,000 times 1.05. How much? 110,000. Yeah, I'm just going to round it off. Year 4, 115,700. Year 5, 121,000. Year 6, $127,000. Year 7, 134,000, and year 8, $140,000. You with me? And let's just say, just to make this simple, that there's one associate per $100,000. Okay? There's one staff person per $100,000. You got it? So this firm has staff of how much? How much staff? 1. How much staff? How much staff? How much staff? How much staff? Here, let's just say 1, and they have a part-timer, and 1 and a part-timer. You with me? Got it? What kind of policies and procedures do you need to manage one person? Not much, right? Now you have a firm where the owner writes a business plan, makes a marketing plan, figures out a sales system, documents some processes and systems and procedures so they can hire, train, manage, and make a profit with staff, put some financial controls in place, runs the law firm like a real business, right? Everyone call out the percentage of growth that you all experience. 30, 100, 200, 300, 50. Let's just say 50%. Okay? That seem like a reasonable number for the room? Yeah? Year over year. Okay. So 100 times 1.50 is how much in year 2? $150,000. Year 3, 225. Year 4, how much? 337. Year 5, call it 500,000. Year 6, 750,000. Year 7, 1.4 million. And year 8, 1.7 million. Now, what I want you to notice is that earlier when we had 2 long lines of people who had multi-million-dollar firms, every one of them grew their firm a lot faster than this. So this is actually a pretty conservative, relatively modest rate of growth. You with me? You with me? So how many staff do we have here? 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 7, 11, and 17 staff. What kind of policies and systems and procedures do you need when you've got 2 staff relative to 1 staff? It's exponentially more. You get what I'm saying? And then 3, and then 5, and then 7, and then 11, and 17. By the way, how much turnover do you have when you've got 1 trusty staff person for 7 years? None. Well, you got like 1 person besides yourself, maybe, right? That 1 person is your rock, and you lean on them, and your buddies in the trenches, and right? And if that person quits or you have to fire them, it's like drama all over the place, right? You with me? What kind of turnover do you have when you got 5 staff? I mean, you're turning over 2 people a year. What kind of turnover do you have when you got 17 employees? I mean, it's like almost every other month you're replacing someone. What kind of drama is there when someone leaves the firm when you've got 10, 12, 15 employees? 0. All right. Pick another area of your life that we can examine as it relates to a $100,000 firm that grows to a $140,000 firm versus a $100,000 firm that grows to a $2 million firm. Because every single part of your life is going to change really, really, really fast. It took this firm, it took this owner 8 years to get to $140,000. That's, you know how that feels? It feels comfortable. It feels like a nice, comfortable, warm blanket. It does. Everything's familiar. Nothing changes. Everything's the same. Everything's predictable. You don't have to grow personally very much. You don't have to change your relationship with staff at all because you're working with the same person the whole time. You don't have to change your relationship with your friends and your family because you're living in the same house, you're living in the same neighborhood, your kids are going to the same school with the same kids, you're friends with the same parents. Everything's the same for your whole life here. Your revenues go from 100,000 to 225,000 in 24 months. Are you still living in the same house? Are you okay? Your revenues go from 100,000 to 500,000. Are you still living in the same? You're changing your house. You're changing your vacations. You're having to learn to manage and relate to people in a completely different way. You're taking different vacations. You're eating at different restaurants. Your kids are going to better schools. Now you're having to make friends with new parents whose kids go to the better schools. Everything in your life is changing really, 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 really fast, and it's uncomfortable. You get that? And all of a sudden, your friends who knew you as this person, they meet a whole new person every year. They meet a person with a whole new set of priorities every year. They meet a person with a whole new set of options every year. They meet a person with a whole new set of problems every year. They meet a person with a whole new set of standards every year. And how do you think that feels to your friends and your family to have to relearn your standards and relearn your options and relearn your priorities and relearn your address almost every year? Is that comfortable for them?
No.
No, it's uncomfortable for them. This, by the way, is what the practical, profitable mindset program is all about that we're doing next year. So if anyone is really serious about having this kind of change in your life, that's something that I would very highly recommend you do. And we capped it at 100, but then Renee basically kicked our ass and said we have to let more people in. And by the way, the price is going to go up after this live quarterly meeting. Everyone who's in the practical, profitable mindset, we did a bonus session a few weeks ago. How was that? We're going to do another bonus session before the end of this year, and then we're going to kick it off in January, and the price is going to go up. So go do that now. All right. No, we're not done. We're not done. So you said you can't grow, you can't do this.
Yes.
And the reason you said you think you can't do it is because you think it won't work for you, or because you think it will work for you and it'll be really uncomfortable if it does?
Combination of both.
Okay. Why won't it work for you? Do the people you do business with not value and appreciate relationships?
I honestly don't know the answer. I don't know.
Well,
I think
so
they
look,
do. I don't
I
know.
have to make a
Yeah.
choice. Here's my choice. My choice is I either have to, remember when I said that I'm committed to giving you love, and I'm committed to giving you security, and I'm committed to giving you self-esteem, and I'm willing to let you dislike me in the process?
Okay, I see where this is going.
Right. Well, this is just like, how old are your kids?
9, 7, and 4.
Okay. This is just like when the 9-year-old hates you because you tell the 9-year-old what the 9-year-old doesn't want to hear. Right?
Yeah.
So you're saying things that are very, very, very bad for your future.
True.
And so I have to make a decision. Am I going to use this opportunity to get love from you, to get security from you, to get self-esteem from you, because I need you to like me, which would be doing you a huge disservice? Or am I going to use this opportunity to help you recognize what you're doing to yourself so you can move past it, so you can have a better future?
Yeah, sounds like I'm going to dislike you now. That's okay.
That's okay.
I didn't come here to like you.
Round of applause. I actually didn't hear what she said. Oh, she didn't come here to like me. Good. Round of applause if throughout our journey together at various points you have disliked me a little or a lot. I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to be effective. So let's think this through. All right? And by the way, I want to promise you something. I want to promise you that that there's probably at least 100 people in this room right now who, if they are paying attention, they're translating every part of our conversation to themselves. And then there's everyone else who should be. Okay? So you're doing this as a service to them, as well as for yourself. Fuck them. Just do it for you. All right? So you're saying things that are total bullshit. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean when I say bullshit?
Yes.
What is bullshit?
That's I'm comfortable and I have to stop.
What is the truth?
That I need to make a lot of
No,
changes.
what is truth? Just truth. What is truth?
It's facts that are measurable.
What if it's not measurable? Could it still be true?
Yes.
So what is truth?
Well, I don't know if truth is real, but it's a philosophy question.
You don't know if truth is real. What are you talking about?
Something that's objective.
What's truth?
Well, I guess.
What if no one even knows about it?
That's what I'm getting at. Is it what we perceive or what's actually, I don't know.
What if we can't perceive it? What if we don't even know about it?
Mm-hmm.
What if there's something going on at the bottom of the ocean that none of us can perceive, that none of us are aware of, that no scientist even knows about. There's no instrument measuring it. We're completely oblivious to it, but it's happening under the ocean. Is it still truth?
Yes.
Okay, so what is truth?
A fact that is, I don't know.
Yes, that's
okay.
what truth is.
Okay.
Truth is reality.
Mhm.
Truth is reality. It does not require us to perceive it. It doesn't require us to like it. It doesn't require us to even be aware of it. It doesn't require us to measure it. It just is. It's reality. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. What's a lie?
If we believe something that is not a fact.
Okay, everyone who wants us to do the selling from the stage workshop, I want you to pay attention. I'm giving you a lesson on selling from the stage. You should be paying attention to this. I'll start again so you can pay attention again. What's truth?
Reality.
Reality. See, I do this here. This was truth. I'm going to keep coming back to this spot for truth. When I go to make the sale, that's where I'm going to do it. And you know what I'm going to do when I do it? And you know what you're going to do? You're going to go to the back of the room. And I'm going to tell you, I'm about to go to the spot, and I'm about to stomp 3 times, and I'll do it, and you're still going to get up and go to the back of the room. That's how powerful this stuff is. Now it's locked in. You can't stop it. What is a lie?
The opposite of reality.
Is it?
I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at, so I'm not trying to answer the question.
So I would argue
Okay.
that a lie is when a person intentionally misrepresents their best perception, their best understanding of reality.
Okay.
Insurance portfolio, the financial.
Jamie, it's time. We're going to go live.
I'm
Arjan
wearing
is
blue
mid-call
shoes.
right now.
And
I'm going to have the sound off on this laptop right
I'm
now.
wearing red shoes.
So just
I
listen.
lied to you. Yes?
All of this.
I've
go.
misrepresented my best understanding of reality. Okay?
Synthesize everything, and then they would synthesize everything and give it to our account manager, or whatever term we decide to use.
We're listening in on Arjan's call.
I mean, like that would put us 3 years ahead. Cool. So I'm waiting for the proposal for them. I met with them on December 29th or whatever, the last business day of the year of 2021. And it's exciting. And then when we showed, and then if you decide, and then if you do the deal with Jen, we can show her that, and she can be like, holy crap, I'm buying into a multi-million-dollar opportunity, not just what's here today. And that's where I think you get a big premium. And she'll be predisposed to believe it's true because she knows us and likes us and trusts us, as opposed to the other person who, maybe she'll believe us, maybe she won't. All right. In other news, I just want to say we got approved for, I think, a $2 million idle extension. We are about to get pre-approved for $10 million SBA for buying a building. We can't find a $10 million building to buy. Like, you can't buy it. It's like there isn't a $10 million building to buy in Miami that you would want. Real estate is crazy here. So we're looking at a $2 million place. And then the 900,000, that's clean to me. No, that's after tax.
or no tax. Right. Oscar told me to spread that out. Yeah, I know. There's a difference between doing it and sticking your finger in their eye and saying, fuck you, we're doing it. I get it. Awesome. It won't be conspicuous. All right. Thank you. I will, yeah, I'll text you. We'll catch up. Good luck at the lake house and send me pictures. Awesome. Congratulations. Bye-bye. All right. Jemmy. Can I hear her?
Hello. Hi there. Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome. I'm great. I'm great. I'm really interested to hear how the LQM planning went, how that whole call went. Like, let's catch up on your morning.
All right. So I got a late start today because we decided not to have our 7 a.m. planning meeting. So I slept in.
Good for you.
I played with my son a little bit this morning.
Good.
Then I went to breakfast at Deli Lane and completely forgot that I had a calendar meeting with my chief of staff and executive assistant. And ironically, it was a calendar planning meeting that I forgot because I misread my calendar.
Right,
Kind of ironic.
right. Well,
So
clearly it was a meeting that needed to happen.
Yeah. So the meeting that's supposed to prevent things like that from happening is what I missed. So then I had my breakfast. I began my pre-planning for the live quarterly meeting at breakfast in my just handwritten notes. All of my pre-planning, all of my live quarterly meeting plans start with just handwritten notes.
Which is
on paper.
perfect because the video that we were playing while we were just kind of watching you in action was the video of you doing your presentation at the LQM on the power of the handwritten notes. So it was totally appropriate.
Well,
We're accidentally
handwritten notes
perfect.
to other people. I mean this.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
No, it's
This is
been fun to see how at every chance you get, you're looking for a piece of paper and you're working things out. I love that.
Yeah. And then so over breakfast, I had a call with one of our lead chief operating officers. So we provide COO services for about 200 small businesses. We do CEO, COO, CFO, the whole kit and caboodle is over 550. But COO specifically is about 200 of those 550. And Nicole, Nicole actually used to be a client, and now she runs our COO program for us years later. And so I had a call with her over breakfast to just coordinate a couple things for our meeting, for the live quarterly meeting, because there's a big chunk of the live quarterly meeting that I was not going to be running, but the person who was going to be running that chunk of the live quarterly meeting, unfortunately, just came down with COVID. So it's not, so he probably won't be able to make it to the live quarterly meeting.
Right.
So I'll just step in and get on stage and do that instead. Then I had a meeting with
Let me ask you a quick question
Renee,
about the
who is
LQM
our-
real quick, if you don't mind. I'm just curious. So it's a quarterly meeting. At what point when one meeting ends, does the ball start rolling on the next quarterly meeting, or is it already rolling, or is it not for a little while? How long is that
when you say
pre-planning?
ball rolling, what are you specifically referring to?
looking into getting the event, the venue, working out what the content is going to be, what your presentation is going to focus on, all of that kind of stuff. Like, where does one LQM end and one LQM pick up, planning wise?
We are currently signing contracts for 2023.
Wow, awesome.
With venues all over the country. So
Okay.
There's actually only 3,000 venues in the entire country that can accommodate us,
Mm-hmm.
which you think 3,000 is a lot until you actually try to book an event.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out that all these people who are running around saying live events are dead, those people have not tried to book any live event venues.
Right. Right.
You can't book a live event venue. I mean, we go a year to a year and a half out. So basically, at a live quarterly meeting, we're going to have 600, 700 people in the room.
Yeah.
The way it works is there's a ratio of ballroom space to sleeping rooms to food and beverage that you spend.
There's so much that has to take into consideration logistically.
Well, what I'm saying is this is how they charge. This is how the hotel charges you.
Yeah.
They give you the meeting space for free if you guarantee a certain number of sleeping rooms, and if you guarantee a certain food and beverage minimum. You follow?
No, totally, 100%. Yeah.
Right. So if you need this much ballroom space, you need to guarantee a minimum of this many rooms. So to put this in perspective, at this upcoming live quarterly meeting, we'll be there Thursday and Friday. We'll be running about 5 different business plan workshops, strategic calendaring, planning workshops, cash flow budget workshops, and the discovery day for prospective new clients. That's Thursday and Friday. Altogether, that's going to be, let's say, around 200 people. Then Saturday and Sunday, that'll go up to about 700 people. And then Monday is just team training only. So now we're down to like maybe call it 50 people. Are you following me? So let's just say 200 rooms on Thursday night, plus 200 rooms on Friday night, plus 600 rooms on Saturday night, plus 600 rooms on Sunday night, plus 50 rooms on Monday night. And I got the nights a little bit off, but it still tracks. I personally have to sign a contract. Well, my company has to financially guarantee that many sleeping room nights.
That's a lot.
Times, let's just call it $250 per room. I got to guarantee $400,000 of sleeping rooms. So if I just decide, yeah, I'm not going to do this, I got to pay $400,000 in sleeping rooms.
Wow.
Plus probably another $100,000 or something on food and beverage. So I got about a $500,000 financial commitment for each live quarterly meeting, and there's 4 of them. It's $2 million a year. And we have to guarantee these things, and we have to sign these contracts and put up deposits between a year and a half in advance, which means we have to project our growth to know, will we need a room for 500 people or 600 people or 700 people or 800 people, which is why you have to have a real marketing plan, a real marketing budget. Because the marketing plan is what is going to help us project where we need to be and how big of a contract we sign a year from now, a year and a half from now.
Right. A lot of times we get so focused on the product itself, the service itself, the event itself. We get into the race of trying to make it all come together that we forget that the marketing has to be such a key component of it. Otherwise, it ends up falling flat on its face. And this is a perfect example. You can have the most incredible program of content in the world ready to go, but if you guys don't do a good job marketing and getting people there, then the event's going to still fall on its face. And that applies to you, applies to, and I've worked with people who are in the event spaces, and especially in the last couple of years, seeing the hoops that people have to jump through. It's been wild. It's been a wild ride.
Well, I mean, we have a 5-person full-time events team. All they do is find venues, negotiate venues, and then travel to the venue to run the event. When we get a ballroom, we get a 20,000 square foot ballroom, and you're coming to the next one, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm bringing my son and everything. Yeah, we're real excited.
All right, so one of the things we have to do that I want to give you the experience, either before it gets started or after it's over, I want you to be in that room. They hand us the room. It's empty. There's like a 40-page checklist that the team uses to know everything that's got to come into that room. If there's a paper clip in that room, it's because it was on a checklist and we had to bring it into the room.
Interesting.
That's not mine.
I know it's mine.
That's yours? Okay, good.
Yeah.
At least it's somebody's. Where are you guys at today? Share where you're at today.
We're at Craft. Chef Adrian. Chef Adrian used to have a food
in the city.
She used to have a food truck. She used to have a food truck, and now she's got 5 of the best restaurants in Miami. Each restaurant has a different theme and idea.
It's called the Cracked?
This one is called Cracked.
Oh,
this one is called Cracked. C-R-A, like a cracked egg.
Mm-hmm.
Here,
sounds good.
Okay, wait till you see what I got.
How'd you get to that?
I got the same thing I got last time,
Oh, the green bean.
which I discovered. I discovered a new item on the menu here. It's a shaved Brussels sprout salad with crispy chicken on top, and I'll show it to you when it gets here.
Oh,
and you'll
so good.
Like some
Your mouth will water.
some
mouth
food
is
you
already
look at-
watering.
some food you look at it and it doesn't look that great, but it tastes great. And some food you look at it and it looks really great, but it doesn't taste great.
Right.
Well, I'll let you see it, and then I'll tell you it is amazing.
Oh, my mouth is already watering. So I'm curious.
Anyway,
Well, I'm really curious in general about your approach to meetings. I was wondering, when you go in there, I'm sure you have an objective, otherwise you wouldn't bother setting up the meeting. But as you're going through the process of the meeting and as things are developing, do you allow it to kind of take its course, or do you restrict it to meeting the objectives that you set, or does it kind of depend on the situation and what's going on?
my meetings tend to go all over the place.
I'm glad you said that.
My meetings tend to. I'm still waiting for my shaved Brussels sprout salad with crispy chicken. My meetings tend to be. I allow them to go where they go. I allow them to be very organic and go where they go, which means sometimes we completely fail to achieve the objective of the meeting, but that's only because we discovered something else needed attention. We discover a lot of opportunities. So, for example, in this meeting, so sometimes I run the meeting, which are usually the meetings that go all over the place. And sometimes other people run the meeting, and I try my best to shut up and let them stick to their agenda. I don't know the question. I don't know if I.
Do you think it's when you realize that you want to let someone else lead the meeting and you're going to restrict yourself? Are you restricting yourself because you're a man attracted to shiny objects, or are you restricting yourself because you see the full landscape and something else about the business just happens to pop in mind and become present in mind?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't quite follow it.
Sure. I'm just wondering, when you're trying to restrict yourself so that you allow the person leading the meeting to stay on topic, is it that you're restricting yourself because I know as a creative, and Jimbo and
It
I were talking
depends on
about
the
this.
topic.
Yeah.
It
Mhm.
depends on the topic. It depends on the meeting.
Yeah.
Sometimes it depends on the topic. It depends on the meeting. It depends on the timing.
Mhm.
Right. So sometimes the meeting is such that like it has to get decided today. There's a deadline, and we have to stick to the agenda. We've got to get this figured out.
Mhm.
Sometimes the meetings are intentionally exploratory in nature. The meeting, so there was 2 back-to-back meetings today that you saw.
Mhm,
One of the
mhm.
meetings, and it turns out to the first one ended up kind of blending into the second one. The first meeting was to plan out the live quarterly meeting,
Mhm.
where we literally just go kind of like 30 minute by 30 minute by 30 minute by 30 minute. Are you still with me? Did I lose you?
No, I'm totally. I'm listening. I'm
Okay.
in. I'm in it. Oh, looks like maybe you froze for a second. That's bizarre. Okay, wait. It looks like you did freeze. Let's see if I can text Dylan here. Okay, it looks like our John's a little frozen. So I just texted the team who's sitting there with him eating to see if they can help with the connection there. I'm not really sure what's going on. Double checking that it's not my system. It does not look like it. But I'm really interested to hear next from him. We've been talking about the live quarterly meeting, planning meeting. I'm really curious if you'll say a few words on the video that we were sharing when that meeting was going on, because that video was all about. I mean, it was massively impactful. If you're listening to the people who came up to the microphone to talk about their use of okay, so the topic, just clue you in. The topic was on thank you notes, and how when people make referrals to you, your business can really, really shine and thrive and grow massively because of the way that you're treating other people. And one of the ways that you can treat other people and make them feel really appreciated is when people are referring to someone to you. That means that not only are they, it's like a testimony on steroids, because not only are they saying that they're a really happy client of yours, but they're also saying, hey, I'm such a happy client of yours that this human being who's a friend of mine or a trusted partner or whatever, someone who I respect, who respects me, I'm going to put them in front of you. And so that it goes from a testimonial to a referral is even greater. So when you can write that thank you note and personally thank them in that way, it's massive. So we're welcome back. It looks like they were working out some tech issues. Dylan, are we back on live?
We're back, Jimmy. Thank you for keeping the boat afloat.
Of course. My pleasure. My pleasure.
All right. The important thing, the Brussels sprout.
Did he get? I was going to say the salad arrived. Oh my gosh, my mouth is watering. Okay, you guys have to order an extra one and then send it this way.
Kind of lifted.
Send it right over.
All right. So today's meeting, what we did was we literally went like 30 minute by 30 minute by 30 minute by 30 minute, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, pretty much through 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday.
Yeah.
To literally just figure out all of the logistics, because we got 700 people. We got 50 or 60 members of the team. We're going to have on Thursday and Friday, we're going to have 5 different workshops.
Yeah.
On Saturday, we got the main event, first thing Saturday morning. And then after lunch, we're splitting the room into 2 different groups. And then Saturday night, we're bringing them back together. And then we're running a contest Saturday night.
This is the best.
We're running
this is the best contest.
This is your favorite contest?
I got to hear it. I got to hear it.
Yeah. The January LQMs and specific
live quarterly meetings.
Yeah. Live quarterly meetings. What did I say?
LQM.
LQM. I'm such a
they don't know
jargon. Yeah. All earlier I kept reminding myself, just say live quarterly meeting, live quarterly meeting. The January live quarterly meetings are specifically special to me because, well, for starters, on Saturday night, we always have what's called a Saturday night unplugged. Okay.
Okay.
And the topic, whatever Arjan comes up with, there's
Sure.
it.
Is
it's
it
all-
already determined for this one
It is.
or
January one is always set, and the
Okay.
January one is always the best. It's a contest. The best thing I did for my law firm, and the
Okay.
members compete.
The best thing I did to build my business last year.
The build thing.
The best.
The best thing I did to build my business last year.
Mm-hmm.
So their best strategy to build their business the previous year, right? And it's become like this bragging.
You have to explain that the contest, you have to teach everyone how to implement that. You have to do a case study.
Yeah. Just haven't gotten
And then
Ah.
teach everyone how to implement this strategy in their own business. And then everyone votes based on how applicable this is for their own business.
Yeah.
So it's not just like, hey, look at me, I'm showing off. It's like,
Yeah,
let me
yeah,
show
yeah.
you how I did this. And how
Oh, okay.
They're
Okay.
basically, they become the instructors, right? And
Yeah.
and they go all out, right? They've got keynote presentations, they've got whatever it takes, right? And it's done all in a sense of very serious fun.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's like they take it seriously.
trash talking is encouraged.
Yes, trash talking is encouraged. And as a matter of fact, the trash talking generally starts in December on a members Facebook group where they're literally going, I'm telling you all now that I'm going to kick your ass.
Right.
And it's
That's
just,
awesome.
it's brilliant. I mean, look, I told you earlier, we were talking about it, the members, they call it the bubble. This is one of those things that makes it so special. Like,
Mhm.
it is a joking matter, but it is serious, right? They are having
Right.
such a good time. And the benefit is everybody gets to learn all of these little tricks and techniques that have been happening throughout the previous year that have actually produced real results
Right.
for their business. Right?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I can
Okay.
eat. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say that I'm a big proponent of conferences and conventions and things like that as being a major way to step up your game, to grow your business, because it allows you to find people who are in the similar space as you, who can support you, who understand what you're going through. I mean, I could talk all day till the cows come home about how annoying this technical issue was that I had to deal with in a podcast. And I could tell that to my dad. He's just going to shake his head, just be like, that's nice, sweetheart. Bless your heart. But if I take that to my friends at a podcast convention, they get it. They understand. But then also, they've done things the last year that have really helped them grow. I've done things. So when we share, so what you're describing, for it to be so focused and gamified, right? And really exciting in that way, and make it competitive, because lawyers aren't competitive at all. Yeah, right. So as a way to show them in a competitive way, make it fun, but also it's really good, valuable stuff that's going to help the people who are now listening to what they've done in the last year, help them grow. And so it's like you learn all this stuff. We were mentioning earlier about, at some point it can feel really overwhelming, but the point is, have that notebook with you, take notes, and take action on one thing. And if people are sharing each other, and it's not just Arjan or Danny, as we've been playing Danny's videos yesterday, or whomever at the front of the stage, giving, it's now their peers sharing something that's happened and it's been in real life. It's a different level.
Yeah, and you're, it's in depth, right? It's like a presentation they'll be like, go to this website to download my all of this thing, and you can do it on your own. It's basically, okay. Yeah, it's not like I did X, Y, and Z and good luck. It's basically like you can go to this website and download every step I've gone through, and you can do this too. Does that
Yeah.
make sense? Like it's
Oh,
just
100%.
it's really super cool, and really just to see the camaraderie of
Mhm.
like we are here to lift each other up.
Mhm.
No
Mhm.
one
Mhm.
is no. We're not worried about competition. If I made $1
Right.
million,
It just got rescheduled.
I'm gonna.
Alright.
I'm gonna.
As long as I'm up, I'm moving back.
Okay. Keeping up with this guy should be a full time job.
But I think it is a full time job.
I was gonna say it is.
Unfortunately, I do not currently have a personal assistant, and that is why I am running around like a chicken with my head chopped. But let them know what just happened. That the 9 o'clock appointment that I missed this morning got rescheduled to 2.
Yeah.
The 9 o'clock appointment to discuss calendar appointments.
Right now.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not sure what happened. Just
so I literally just got up.
Dylan, wrap up my lunch and bring it back to the office, please. And I was going to walk 2 blocks back to the office, but the person who I'm meeting with just texted and said, "Can we reschedule for tomorrow morning? It'd be better for her." So like literally, I got to the corner, turned around, and walked right back, and you didn't even know I was gone. So like this is what it's like, right? Everyone's
Yeah.
Even on the way here. We're trying to do this in the,
Yeah. All right. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right, have fun.
I got you.
Oh yeah, right on.
Oh my goodness. By the way, guys, that is Miami Beach behind you. That is beautiful. Or someplace like that. Where are you? Miami Beach, Colgate? Where are you? Miami
South
somewhere.
Miami.
South? Are you
Miami.
South Beach or South?
No. South Miami. There's a
South Miami. Gotcha.
yeah. It's a little bit of a pocket community. I mean, I've been in Miami for almost 3 years, and I'm just learning, like, just made up of little neighborhoods, right?
Oh, exactly. And it's one of the most awesome things I love about Miami is because there are all these different pockets of culture. Like there's little Haiti, little Havana, little this, little that. And there's Brickell, there's Wynwood, there's all kinds of little spots, but you're gonna continue to explore. But I think, with the fact that you guys are doing the LQMs happen all over the country is a lot of fun. I know this next one is happening in New Orleans. And so just to let everyone know about what to be jealous about. Have you been to New Orleans yet before?
Oh yeah.
Jimbo?
I've been.
Okay.
Actually, my wife's sister lives in New Orleans.
Ah, very
So
nice.
we were
Very
in New
nice.
Orleans for Thanksgiving. But before that, I'd been half a dozen times at least. So I've been at least a dozen to 15 times at this point. I love that.
Nice.
I call it
Nice.
the dirty
It's
Las Vegas.
great town. Yeah. It's a great town.
And
It's
a
a great
great
town. I
food
can't wait to go
town.
back. I'm gonna eat
Yeah,
so much
great
they're not gonna be able to
food.
fit me back on that plane.
Yeah. And
It's gonna be a
there's
good
great
time.
spirit and energy in that city. You know, it's a
mhm.
really unique place like
It's
that, I
true.
think. But
Very,
yeah,
very
I mean, I
true.
think we watched the video from the live quarterly meeting earlier, right? We watched the one on thank you notes.
Yes, we did. And I showed, I must have put them away, but I showed that I had I literally just bought some thank you notes the other day and was writing thank you notes yesterday. But it was for my
Yeah.
staff. But what I talked about is I related to, the power of thank you notes, whether it's for your staff, for partners, for clients, for whomever it is. It's about reminding you how it feels to be on the other side of it. Whenever you get a thank you card,
Photoshop. They're doing a photo shoot
you-
inside of all the
I know.
food.
I know.
Can I show them?
Okay.
Will this reach?
Oh, they're doing something? I see like a 3 cell phone setup there that Dylan has. What is going on?
You see that?
What am I looking at? Oh, they're doing photo shoots of the food.
They're doing
Oh,
a photo shoot of the food.
very nice.
There's a chicken
Very
and waffles.
cool.
There's the Cobb salad deconstructed. Another one of my favorites.
I don't remember what I was watching the other day, but they were showing some of the tricks of the tools of the trade of food photography, and I
This
think
is the roasted cauliflower. It is like
All right,
Unbelievable.
so just literally just put the address in the chat. I'll be right there.
When you come to visit, we'll come here for lunch. We did a pretty cool event here a couple months ago.
Yeah.
We had clients. Oh my gosh, you're telling about the boiler room party. That was so awesome. We'll tell her about the boiler room, and then I'll tell her about the boiler room party. Okay.
Uh-oh. This sounds a little
Yeah,
scandalous.
we'll show some clips from this, I'm sure. We've got a playlist. Hold on, I'm just checking the laptop. I think we've got some food on it. So if I say there's like two things that I would say Arjun is really good at, it's marketing and sales. Like, just really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for sales, we have we had an event. It's called.
Can I say it this way?
Of course.
Imagine. All right.
You like getting referrals, yes?
I love being passed around. This is so fun. Yes, I definitely love getting referrals. Most of my business is referrals. to be
Getting
honest.
referrals?
Mhm.
All right. Imagine your clients not just referring business to you, but picking up the phone and actively calling your prospects for you to have a sales call on your behalf. What would that be
Ugh.
like?
It's happened and it's been beautiful. Beautiful.
Imagine 30 of your clients flying
Okay,
to
that
Miami.
hasn't happened. That hasn't
And
happened.
each of them bringing a salesperson from their team
Mm-hmm.
and camping out in your office for 2 days from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, picking up the phone, calling your prospects, people you've had sales calls with, people who have raised their hand, and literally saying, I'm a client. Do you have a minute to hear my story and why you should do business with How to Manage?
It's very powerful.
Wrap your head around that?
Let me tell you. So actually, there's a analogy that I often give to people, and it goes a little something like this. And I say that I always tell people, listen, it comes from religion, but it's not religious. I say that the reason that Jesus's message spread so effectively all across the world is because he wasn't the only one walking around and telling everybody about it. He had 12 disciples, right? And those 12 disciples went and were just as passionate, and they spread the word on his behalf. And so if you're building a business, you're building your brand, you're selling your product or service, it's about creating that ecosystem of disciples who can speak on your behalf. And it's not just you and your time. It's not limited to you and your time of being able to speak for you.
So now, just for fun, what would make that even better?
Oh, goodness. Oh, here we go. If it was 300, let's just keep it going.
Well, let's just limit it to the 25 clients because the office is only so big.
Okay.
With their 20, with each of them with an employee. What would be even better than that? What would be even better than having 25 of your clients each bring a salesperson to your office and spend 2 days calling your prospects and saying, can I share my story and help you make an informed, educated decision? And I think you should engage their services or not.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be better than that. Only if they did it from the comfort of their own home, and I didn't have to, fund the pizza party or whatever.
Nope.
I'm gonna stick some food in my mouth and just get her guessing because she's not.
That was a good try. What else
Well,
you
that was
got?
a good try. You got to dial it up.
What would make it even better?
Yeah.
If they called 2 or 3 people each, or if they brought, oh, goodness gracious, if they did it every year.
They called more than 2 or 3 people each. They were literally calling.
They were dialing from 9
nonstop.
o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night the first day.
Yeah.
And from 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock the second day.
Yeah. That was just 2 days, right? We did that in 2 days.
I don't remember if it was 2 days or 3 days.
I know. I'm like getting confused.
Yeah, I think it was 2 days.
2 days.
Anyway, so you offer a great product and a great service, correct?
Mhm. I think I do. I do.
Audience, is there anyone in the audience who doesn't think that they themselves offer a good enough product or service? That, I mean, your clients should be thrilled and excited and happy to do this for you, right?
Yeah, you would hope that you've done a good enough job for them that they are excited to speak and get people into the fold for sure.
What would make it even better?
I still have no further answer for you.
I just have to say, when we tell you, you're going to just want to work with us forever.
I think I was like, wait a minute. I think I'm technically already working with
Come
you.
on, Demi. They paid us.
They paid you for the
They paid
opportunity
us.
to tell other people about how great you are.
To make
I think I'm losing you guys again. Oh no. Oh, you guys froze. Oh no. We're just getting to the good stuff. They were just revealing it. Oh,
yeah.
perhaps you're back again. Okay, I think you're back
Are we
again.
back?
Okay, yeah, you just cut out. You just cut out when you got to the good stuff. So we were talking about they paid you. Are you kidding me? What? That's crazy. Tell me about that. So they paid for this opportunity to talk
And
about
listen.
how wonderful you are.
Well, I mean,
they paid for the training.
Yeah.
And we let them practice the skills by calling our prospects. They were learning how
That
to do
is
this
what we
for
call
themselves.
brilliant.
Yeah, that is what we call brilliant. But the training
And
is
they loved it.
incredible.
They asked if we do it
Yeah.
again.
Training is incredible. You've seen parts of the office.
Not incredible.
Yeah. It's amazing.
The word incredible means not credible.
I fall for this every time.
Every time. I have a feeling
Thank
it's an
you.
ongoing thing. I
Yeah.
get it. I'm trying to pick up on that.
So, and the office was amazing. We had scaffolding brought in. Arjan's on scaffolding, training the whole time. He's getting in their ears. The bullhorn. I got a drone flying around the office at times. And they're just on the phones all day long. And, you know, what they were walking away with is that, you know, sales becomes part of that muscle memory, right? It's like, just do it. Just do it.
Yeah.
Over and over. And they walked out beaming with confidence. I mean, it was really cool to see. The bottom line is we had the
And they made
after
a-
party
and they-
here.
And,
And
they made a lot more money. I mean, the months that followed, their sales conversion rates went through the roof.
Yeah. And
So in training by helping you, they learn to help themselves. Interesting.
Exactly. And Arjan, what'd you have, like 15 grand in cash? Like, we have $15,000 in cash. Well, I don't know if it was like
For
20 or 10
what?
or whatever. And he's basically paying them for every appointment they book, for every sale they make, and they're ringing a bell. You know what I mean?
Flash flying, there's bells ringing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Around like they're in the war room.
It was pretty special.
It was cool.
Yeah, it was a fun couple of days for sure.
It sounds fun.
And then we came here for the after party and we bought the restaurant out.
Yeah.
Man, I can't
The
wait to
restaurant
see what you
buyout
guys
here.
do in New Orleans. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for fun up there. For sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And these are the kinds of things that make it really great. You know what I mean? When you can run a business, provide incredible value for your
incredible.
He did it again. He got you again. He got you again.
Tremendous. Phenomenal.
When you can provide tremendous, phenomenal value for your clients, for your customers, for your diners, for your patients, all of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, you become a company that is attracting great talent.
Mm-hmm.
Because without the great talent, none of it gets done.
Right.
And what you're really going to see at the live quarterly meeting, you're going to see an amazing team, amazing practice management advisors, amazing operations team members, from the top to the bottom, been able to really attract a group of people that are, quite frankly, superstars, right? That you go, man, I'm so glad I have this person on my team.
You cannot find a better, more qualified, more trained.
Yeah.
I love that there's
Better
the no assholes policy
supported
too.
team of small business management advisors. I challenge you to find a
Yeah. It's true.
Have we been getting questions throughout the day?
Well, I haven't been on the stream. So
We got one from TikTok. Can you give him a job? Hiring.
Always hiring.
What do you do?
We're always
And
hiring.
if you guys could just check your text real quick for me, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Okay.
But yeah, what I was going at with the whole I love that there's a no assholes policy and everything is that, when people go to these sessions, to these meetings, for them to not just learn the marketing strategies and tools and implementations and all those kinds of things, but then to also be surrounded and influenced by people who are not trying to be assholes, who are learning that you don't have to be that to lead a team and to have success. I think that is a philosophy that's been completely lost over the last few decades in this country, and I'm hoping to see that being brought back. So to see that it's not just about the learning and the practical stuff, it's also kind of a philosophical mindset shift that you guys are providing for these people too.
Absolutely. Listen, I know it's your time to get out of here. We appreciate you joining us again today.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. And I didn't have a chance to tell you that these are my new blue light blocker glasses. So you'll be seeing them from now on.
Yeah, my sunglasses are a prescription. So
remember when Adam drove down from wherever he drove down from?
Yeah.
To go on a VIP day out
on the boat?
office.
Yeah.
I just got a text from him with a picture of the whiteboard. The math says that right now, as of today, we have a $1 million asset on our books, which is entirely due to that VIP day.
Nice. Yeah, I love it.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
I do. I mean, I can't read it, but I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Hold it
Awesome.
still.
Awesome. There you go. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
So we're going to say goodbye to you. We're going to end the stream. We'll start another stream in just a few minutes, guys. So stay tuned. You will be notified. We're going to finish lunch. We're going to head back to the office. We've got an exciting afternoon for everybody. I've been teasing this all day, but you're going to get to see really behind the scenes of a video shoot, how it starts to shape up, how you see that the editing is going to be done, because we're going to be editing on the fly. We don't have a script. We have a concept. We know the objective. We know the goal of the video. If the video is done right, all of those good things that you should know.
Yeah.
So stay tuned, everybody.
Did anyone say they were interested in watching the collection of videos and emails that you used to generate $175,000 in sales?
We have people on TikTok commenting about that, so we're gonna schedule that in. Yeah, I think I did tease this a little bit to you, Jimmy, with the with the thing that's not to be named just yet, but we will
Not
circle
just
back
yet.
to that.
We're gonna
people on
circle
the
back.
edge of their seat. But essentially, it was about an 8 email campaign that generated about $150,000 in revenue.
Wow.
Off of a tiny list.
Off of a tiny list. Yeah, 600 people.
That's awesome.
So very
Wow.
cool.
Well, I can't wait to hear all about it. So thank you.
So you enjoy your day, and we will see you again tomorrow.
All right. Bye, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday.
Bye, and everybody else. We will end this one. We're going to start a new one. You'll be notified. All right. So coming up soon, a live video shoot from the How to Manage Enterprise headquarters. So stay tuned.